Members of the Holy Cross team and the coaches, I know that you all are excited about getting back to school. Give me 5 more minutes. Councilman Jerusalem is going to come and join us. Thank you. This is my third good morning. I'd like to invite Coach Nestor Peralta, Coach Matt Millett, and Coach Stuart Hayes, the Director of Soccer, Hayers, the Director of Soccer, to come forward to the table.
Right here, right here. Yeah, coach in the middle, you can be on the right, he can be coach in the middle. Yeah, right there.
Good morning, everyone. On today, we celebrate the success, the championship team, the Holy Cross soccer team, which won the Division II Boys State Soccer Championship this year. They've won the championship 5 out of the last 7 years. Congratulations on that great success. And this year ended with a record of 24-4. During that particular game, Grayson Sirkouch, or is it Sirkovich, scored 1 goal, and Eric Santamaria was named the outstanding player for the match. We are so pleased to have you here today. We appreciate your patience, but it's always great to celebrate what our youth are doing in our city, and you all, with not only this championship, but just being so competitive every year, are an example of why our city is great, why our youth are doing such great things in our city. I'll ask our coaches to make a couple of comments before I read the proclamations that we have for them and for you all.
We want to thank you for having us today. The boys had a special year, finished with a championship. We're very proud of their work, and it is very important, the youth in the city doing good things on and off the field. I think they represent a great part of our school. We're proud to be here today. We appreciate you having us. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. You come to the desk, you have to comment.
We'd obviously like to echo Coach Millett's sentiments. It's a wonderful honor for us to be here. These boys do work extremely hard, and to get the recognition from people like yourselves is truly an honor, and we're extremely blessed to be here. Thank you ever so much.
Okay, give me one. We have proclamations for each of our players, which are basically thanking you for your contributions and their success for enhancing the quality of life for residents of our great city. Our players are, and we have time to do so, Andrew Turo, Chase DeVernay, Mason Sanderson, Emmett Scoble, Evan Daughtry, Aaron Jackson, Jonathan Molina, Grayson Sirkovich, Carter Spencer, Caleb O'Neill, Christian Oliva, Seth Rutman, Briley Blake, Ansel Gomez, Remy Sauerwin, Cole Osborne, Jackson Stratman, Isaac Arnold, Eric Santamaria, Vance Andre, Cooper Walterman, Aiden Carderara, Anthony Mackey, and Nathaniel Simpson. Did I mention everyone? Did I mention anyone's name? Did I miss anyone's name? And of course, to our Director of Soccer, Stuart Hayers, the head coach, Matt Millett, and the assistant coach, Nestor Peralta. As the councilman for District D, which includes Holy Cross, I'm so proud of the work that you all do. And I and Councilman DeRusso are fellow graduates of the Catholic League schools, so we are so pleased that you all are representing that school so well. And we have Councilman Morrell here. He's from that other school, that Country Day School, you know. He's not part of the Catholic League. He couldn't be so... Have a seat. Join us. But no, this is Councilman Morrell is here. He's the president of the council, and Councilman DeRusso. So we thank you all and congratulate you once again. I'm going to ask that you all come forward after Councilman DeRusso and Councilman Morrell wishes to speak. They have an opportunity to say something to you, and we're going to do our best to get a good photo up here up front for our social media. Councilman DeRusso.
Well, look, I just want to say congrats, guys. Obviously, we all root for our alma maters, but I think it's just like anything else. If yours doesn't succeed, you want to see the other Catholic schools succeed, and we're so proud of you. We know how hard this is, what kind of commitment it takes, all the hard work that you all have to put in, and I think the biggest thing is you all accomplished it as a team. Congrats.
Oh, sorry I'm late, gentlemen. I appreciate your accomplishments. I'm sure you guys, are you guys off this week? So you're glad to be here because you're skipping class. Okay.
Right.
Well, we're happy to have you here while you skip class. Appreciate it.
I apologize for I apologize for keeping them here so long. They didn't seem to mind. So
They don't mind.
players, come around and we're going to just do our best. It doesn't have to be a perfect photo, but we're going to stand right here in the front and take a photo for our social media post. Council members Jeruso and Morrell will join us. I'll be down in a second.
How are you doing?
You want to come forward? Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, come on. Come on, these are your friends.
Good. Sit under here.
Yeah, right.
This is not a seat I like to sit.
You're not sewage or water.
Sit there. If y'all want to talk about that, though.
Well, I obviously by the banner before I am even sat down, it goes to show what high regard that we hold you in. And a lot of times when we're here, you kind of get in the mood of what you want to say, but I was actually thinking more about you. And I think Councilmember Morrell in particular can respond to this. It's really tough when you are sometimes related to a parent who has, in your case, a huge, if not iconic legacy in the city. And then I think on top of that, sometimes people want to attribute that to your parent, what you have, and not necessarily to your own talent and your own hard work. And I don't want anybody to take away or diminish from any of your own accomplishments of what you've done in running your company and in getting this incredible SBA award, where you've told me that they may be following you around and making sure that you get the recognition and really the public notoriety that you so richly deserve. And I guess sort of just in closing, you know, the banner we did and giving you a hard time is because we love you. And, you know, you don't see us do these things when we're frustrated or we don't have a relationship with somebody. But I think all these people up here, I know all these people up here, have a relationship, respect you, love you, and want nothing but success for you.
I appreciate it. The feeling's absolutely the same.
And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
Hey, good morning, my friend.
Good
Good
morning.
to see you. Well, of course, congratulations. You know, we saw it all over social media and really promoted everywhere, your success and recognition. But at the same time, I think that you're up for like a national award too. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in the running. There's only 49 other people I have to compete with.
Only 49, but still out of the country. Like, that's actually not that many. Is there anything we can do to help you, maybe amplify you, what we can do to get you to be number one?
I don't know. I feel like this is amazing. I'm so honored to be sitting on this side of this table for a good reason. I don't know anything that you can do outside of what you're doing right now, and just being able to be recognized by my home city.
Yeah.
You know, it's Louisiana, right? I don't always feel like I'm a welcome part of the state all the time.
Yeah.
But in New Orleans and in this city, I always feel welcome. It always feels like home.
Yeah.
And I thank y'all. I thank y'all for everything y'all do, and y'all are part of the reason why I feel like that.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, obviously, we're proud of this recognition that you're getting, but I'm mostly proud of you, of the person who you are, and the leadership and the type of role model who you are for particularly other women in this city. You are in a male-dominated field, and you are, obviously, as we're recognizing you today, succeeding, you know, leaps and bounds above many others. And so it's very important for young girls to see people in your position so that they can say, wait, I can do that too.
Absolutely.
And I can be in that type of engineering field. And that's also for me. It's not just because it's construction engineering doesn't mean that has to be a male dominated field. And there are a lot of great opportunities for women in these fields if they believe that they can be there. And you're one of the people that's making them believe that they can be there.
You can see it, you can believe it, right?
Absolutely. Love you, my friend. Congrats to
I
you.
love you too. I appreciate you.
My girl. As Joe said, I think it's so important. You really are what New Orleans is supposed to be. You're someone who comes from our community, grew up through the ranks, knows where you came from, knows where you're going, and I could say I couldn't be more proud of you, but every day you do something else that makes me more proud of you.
I appreciate it.
And it's just everything you stand for is what's good about this city. You are who you are. You're unapologetic about who you are. And as you said, I mean, this is a state that might be the least welcoming place on earth, but you succeed and thrive in this city because we exist as a bastion against what the state's becoming.
Absolutely.
And I feel like if we were being honest to ourselves, we'd be celebrating you every day because there's always some new accomplishment that you're doing. So even if we don't have a proc for you every single day because you've won a new award, know that this council, this city, we're constantly behind the scenes cheering you because every step you take, as the council president said, every new young woman, young black woman you're inspiring, you're laying the groundwork. You are the pathfinder who's laying the path for all these people, all these young girls, all these young black girls to be successful because they see you and they go, I can do that.
Absolutely. I'm standing on big shoulders, though.
Well, you stand on, you have plenty of big shoulders yourself, and I have been so blessed to have your friendship, my family to have your friendship for so long, our families to be so close, but your accomplishments are just staggering.
Thank you.
And I am so happy today to be a small cheering component of all the things that you've done and will do.
Thank you. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Ian.
brother. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
And it was well said by Councilmember Burrell, but at the risk of being redundant, I will say this: you are a tremendous role model for many in our city, especially African American women and girls. Your business success reminds me that if you work really hard in our city and you're focused, that you can be successful in business, but also contribute greatly to the community as you've done so. Through your work with various organizations, you've helped move our city forward. And in the midst of some of the challenges that we have, you serve as an inspiration to a lot of other people to recognize that though those challenges exist, though we have historic barriers to success, you can, if you work really hard, be a part of the success of our city. So I can't say enough that would say the right words to say thank you for what you do and congratulations to you on your successes. And the great thing is that you're very young and there's a whole lot more ahead. I'm looking forward to seeing your continuing successes for many decades to come and to looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, sir. I enjoy working with you a whole lot. You know, you my councilman.
I'm so proud to be your
and
councilman.
we work so well together, but everybody up here, I thank you so much.
All
It's
right.
amazing.
Welcome.
Councilmember Thomas. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised at any accomplishment that you make. You've done what you were bred to do, born to do. You've always overcome stereotypes. You know, I can go back and remember that one-on-one game we played in my mom's driveway. You remember that, don't you?
You remember who won?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right.
I do. Yeah, I do. So you've always accepted challenges. I think the best thing I can say, knowing your family, knowing your history, and being family, is that you took a brand, you not only stabilized it, but you expanded it, you built on it, and you made it mean something not just for your dad and your family, you made it mean something for everybody else. So all that other stuff is fine, but there were a lot of people who were waiting and watching, thought maybe you would have failed. There were a lot of people on the sideline thinking you couldn't do not only what your dad did, but then you surprised them and you did something even bigger because you made that brand. And the women thing is fine, but you've always been bigger than just a gender. You're one of those people that have been about your people and about your community. So my mom's not here anymore, your dad's not here anymore, but you know, your family and the people who love you, you've always been exceptional and you continue to be and keep being, because we're counting on you to be bigger and better every year, every day. Thank you.
And thank you for the big shoulders too. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I'm just going to read a couple of the paragraphs here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think we've touched on these and just want to stress how important it is to each of us. It says, whereas as president and CEO of the 100% female minority-owned civil engineering firm, specializing in sewer, water, streets, and drainage design projects, IMC Tucker has grown the company from 9 to more than 50 employees while expanding its revenues and services locally, nationally, and globally. Whereas in addition to the awards she has received, IMC Tucker now joins an elite group of individuals exemplifying excellence, innovation, and commitment in their achievements and impact on their communities and economy, and is awarded the 2024 Small Business Administration Louisiana District Person of the Year Award. And you'll actually get that award in Washington, D.C. on April 28th and 29th. And we're going to come present this proclamation to you as a small token of our love and appreciation and take some pictures with you too.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you
really
so much.
appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Madam Clerk, are you ready? All right, good morning, everyone. It's Thursday, April 4th. This is our full council meeting. We will start with our clerk and roll call.
Roll call. Councilmember Thomas.
All right.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Present.
Present. We don't have to-
Councilmember
I
Morrell.
guess we're going to have to sing it. We're going to have to sing it.
Councilmember Morrell. Present. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 7 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Botan. For those who can stand, please do so.
They're lining up.
Thank you. If you would all rise for a moment of prayer. Father, how we thank you, how we honor you, how we adore you. We thank you for your grace and for your mercy, for allowing us to be in this place this morning. We ask that your presence would fill this place. We ask that you would be with our leaders, dear God, our council, our residents. We pray right now for a spirit of unity and a peace to reside as we come together to make this city better. We thank you for all that you have done and all that you will do. We give you praise, glory, and honor. We ask this in your name, we pray. Amen.
Our pledge will be led by Councilmember King. Councilmember Thomas for a special presentation.
Yeah, but I think for the color guard, we actually have to sing the anthem. And, okay. Oh, well, they're doing it anyway.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets and the bombs bursting in
Forward, march. Left, left.
Special orders of business. The first order of business is a presentation. Larry Barabino, CEO of Nordex. Larry White, youth coach for St. Rock Playground. Antoine Henderson, site facilitator and youth coach for Sampson Playground. Larry Cook, site facilitator and youth coach for Bunny Friend Playground. Deontay Deuce Walker, Program Director for Parasite Skate Park. Deanda Shaq Brown, Youth Coach for Lehman Playground. Dwayne Vanette, Youth Coach for Pontchartrain Park. Honoring the Nordat coaches of District D, which includes St. Roch, Sampson, Bunny Friend, McHugh, Millennium, Hardin, Lehman, Huntersville, Pontchartrain Park, Willie Hall, and Stallings on their commitment to youth programming in New Orleans.
Members of the City Council and members of the public gathered and also watching, I'm just so pleased to represent Council District D. I know that each of our districts, our council members are proud of their parks. This is the area in which I grew up, and it's an area that includes, as we know, 8 high schools, 6 schools of higher education, but also 31 parks, recreation centers and play spots, and 120 registered NORD coaches who many times don't get some of the recognition that they certainly deserve, but I want to let them know today that we recognize and thank them for their work. Today we honor these coaches, their selflessness, and also celebrate their commitment and profound impact on our youth. You all, the coaches, stand as beacons of guidance and mentors to the next generation. You are truly on the front lines. You are pillars of the community, and we extend our gratitude to you, coaches, citywide, parents, site facilitators, sponsors, and most importantly, the youth, many of whom are watching today. Thank you for shaping the hearts and minds of the youth of New Orleans, and you all, you coaches, are shaping a better future for the city of New Orleans. We do have many coaches who are watching online. We have some coaches here today. I'm going to turn over the floor to Mr. Larry Barabino to introduce those who are at the table today. And thank you, Larry, for the work that you and NORD do that helps to organize coaches, not only in District D, but throughout the city. But with 31 parks and 120 coaches, I think that there's something special about what's going on in our parks, and I thank you for your work. Would you introduce who's at the table? This is Mr. Larry Barabino, the Executive Director of New Orleans Recreation Development Commission.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, council members. First of all, Councilman Green, thank you for asking us to assemble to recognize the coaches of District D. As he's indicated, there's about 120 plus coaches through NORD that's registered in District D. However, we have close to 500 coaches citywide, right? This is only representing District D. And, you know, we at NORD are grateful for our volunteer coaches because, you know, NORD is built on the backs of volunteers. It is the efforts, it is the support, it is the commitments of the volunteer coaches citywide that make sure that NORD have productive and safe places for our kids to be. Because of course you guys know my budget couldn't hold employing over close to 500 volunteers that are here, but nationally, though, the most successful parks and rec agencies are built on the backs of those volunteers with their sweat equity, with their time, with their efforts, energy, and also their personal contributions to the kids in cities, to the kids throughout the cities, but specifically to the kids of the city of New Orleans. And so we have assembled here today just some of the coaches that are here that represents coaching in District D, and I'll be remiss, one of our coaches couldn't be here, but I definitely wanted to make sure of all our coaches here that I acknowledge Coach Ernest Gathers, who have dedicated over 30 years as a volunteer coach with NORD, but also with that Ernest Gathers is a coach that he's a former city employee that dedicated 30 years working for the city of New Orleans. And he couldn't be here, but, you know, he's one of those guys who today these younger coaches stand on his shoulders. You know, the younger coaches that came behind him at Willie Hall Playground stand on his shoulders. But today, you know, we have with us representation from different parks and playgrounds. And I want to, again, thank them for all that they do. There's nothing perfect, right? But we know that we work through every challenge that we get at NORD to ensure that all of our kids in the city have the opportunity. And these coaches are the reason that you see, not only with the sports side of it, but we have volunteers on the cultural side as well as our outdoor side of it. So we want to acknowledge all those volunteers. And I will yield to allow, I know, Councilman, you guys have it set up for each of the different individuals at the tables to say a few words, so I will yield for that to take place.
Good morning. How you guys doing? Brian Randolph, representation of Willie Hall Playground. First off, I want to thank you guys for allowing us this chance to be recognized and also understand the work we do. But we also understand the work you guys do. Thank you for the work you do, running the city, helping our city grow each and every day. I don't know how many people tell you thank you, but genuinely thank you to everybody in all the districts that help us get to where we need to get at. And we appreciate this opportunity from Willie Hall Playground. Thank you. Pass it on to my guy, Shaq.
Leander, Coach Shaq Brown, Lehman Playground. I'm here because what I saw a need was I graduated, this year will be 30 years, and I graduated May 31st, 1995, and by June 5th, I was at the community center telling them that I wanted to help kids and I didn't want anything from it. Next year will be 30 years that, and I'm still saying the same thing. What we see here is what we have to embrace with our children. Not all of them are coming from good backgrounds, but most importantly, they trust in us. They want us to push what it is that they believe in. And a lot of times we tend to turn around what they want. So what I'll show y'all today is really quick is I have a shirt on that says, "It's okay to be a nerd." That's the shirt that I have on, and it comes from my 10-year-old son. He was being bullied. He was being called a nerd and talk about his glasses. So what I did is I took a picture of him and I said, we're going to embrace that. We're going to embrace who you are today in a world that's filled with violence and guns and everybody promoting the wrong thing. I told him we were going to embrace that, and what I did is I brought shirts for all the council members today.
Oh, thank
so
you.
y'all going to have a shirt before y'all leave.
My name is Larry Cook. I've been a stage football player in Bonnie Friend in 1966. I was one of the first African men to play at Bonnie Friend. And the first thing I want to talk about is my coach, the main thing that we was here for. I had a coach named Ms. Darlene Shaw. She, when I was sick, didn't know that I was going to make it back. So she was the baby one that took over the park and made sure that it ran correctly. And most of the neighbors that was in the neighborhood, they took on, and when I came back, and she continued to work with me. And another person I want to give out is called Eric Castle. Eric Castle is a person that we built a baseball field in Bonnie Friend. He is the keeper. He's the one that keep up the park every day. He comes out every day to help me keep up the park. Next thing I wanted to talk about is it's not negative. It's a rule change. A rule change that when the founders founded NORA, because at one time NORA was the best in the country. I don't know if everybody knew that. But one rules that when they came out and they figured out how to balance each park throughout the country. And what they did was they made rules. When they made rules, they enforced it. What they did was they made every kid in the community play, because when they changed the rules, it was a little racial, because what happened was that black played black and white played black, but they still balanced it out. Because I was there in 1966, and at the time when I was there, like I said, I was one of the first African-American players at Bonnie Friend. And I think that we need to look at that rule. One thing that I would love to happen at the city council can do is that city council can form a committee. What the committee does, they will come out and they would go out and they would come to the games, and what they would do is they would speculate what we're doing. And one thing is that a couple of things that I think is I know is very, very important. Like I said, I've been around this program around 30-something years. I was a volunteer coach for 27 years. I know how important volunteer coaches are. Then what happened, I was 4 years as an acting supervisor, and I've been a supervisor for 15 years. So I know about this because I done seen this recreation change. And one reason how I found out that it was number one is that I played for a team called the New Orleans Vikings. It was a team that we played teams from all over the country. Then we went to play Philadelphia. And when I went to play Philadelphia, what happened was that before we went to the game, the guy sat down and told me that we was one of the best in the country. And I said, thank you.
Peace, everybody. Today, I'd like to give thanks to the City of New Orleans, NORD, and City Council for having us. I truly appreciate being recognized, as this is the first time anyone from our specific community has been in this position. I'm honored to be representing for one very unique part of New Orleans culture, which is the skateboard culture. Our persistence in staying active and collectively uplifting the Seventh Ward area has been noticed, and we appreciate that. I'd like to thank the entire skate community, specifically Humidity Skate Shop, Johnny Beasley, Brandon Bezo of Aerocrafts Clothing, and Brent of Therapy Skate Shops, as well as K Pasta Nola and the consistent hands-on people providing resources in that space. Whether they became before me or after me, this is a win for all of us. We are hoping because of meetings like this, we have political and financial backing from the city and the state to show support that NORD has for us for program directors such as myself. Hopefully this meeting creates the relationships necessary for us to be able to solidify simple things like water fountains, restroom facilities, working electricity, storage containers, helmets and padding, security guards to be secured specifically but not to be policed. These are just some of the short-term goals we're aiming for in support of everything that you are doing. We appreciate you from the skate community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Thomas. I'm a representative of Sampson Playground in the Ninth Ward area. And it is truly an honor to be here and to be able to receive recognition from all of you. My ask is that you continue to work with NORD and Mr. Larry to allow us to continue to change lives, because when we are able to do that, whether you all know it or not, you are also changing lives. So we do have need at Sampson, but again, we've had conversation with Mr. Larry, and we know that it is important to him to allow us to continue to move forward. I do have a message. It will be very quick that I would like to share. There's a kid that I coached. His name was Devon. I met Devon when he was 7 years old at Sampson Playground, and now he is a freshman at Talladega College. Here's a text message I got from him on just yesterday. What's up, Dad? I want to give you a quick update on how college life has been. This semester has been very cool. I'm trying to be consistent in everything that I do. School has been great, and the band has been even better. I do apologize for not reaching out to you as much as I could, but it's been tough reaching out to even my mom. Devon's dad is not in his life. I stepped up being Devon's coach. He said, but I'm just having so much fun up here. The time is flying by. I pray and hope everything is going well for you. I love you and would always be grateful for the things that you did for me. I'm going to start making sure I'm more active so you don't get upset. This is what you allow us to do as coaches when you work with leaders like Larry. And I ask that you continue to do that because you are changing lives, whether you realize it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Vanette, and I'm representing Pontchartrain Park Playground. First of all, I'd like to say, once again, good morning, Council, and congratulations, former Police Chief Woodfoot, on your years of service. I'd like to thank Councilman Green for this opportunity and Jordan Hornbacker for the visit to recognize our deck plate leaders, the NORD coaches. As a part of that recognition, I'd like to recognize my fellow coaches and family at Pontchartrain Park. If you're here, would you please stand? When we, the coaches, think of NORD, we focus on the sports programs. However, there's a lot more to NORD than sports. And I'd like to thank Larry Barabino for his efforts in all of NORD and the things that he does outside of our recreational sports. Coaching is an exhausting mentoring effort. We donate our time, money, and love to the children of New Orleans. It is sometimes a dangerous effort. We often encounter belligerent parents, young adults with guns, and the like. We often ask one another, what can we do to make our parks safer? More policing, better security, but that's a battle all of New Orleans fights. And we understand that everyone is undermanned and understaffed. We understand staffing is low at times and it's often hard to get things accomplished, but provided with the necessary tools and equipment, the parks can begin to invest in themselves. If the initial investment in fixing the fields was given, we, the park and the park boosters, can maintain those initial investments and take pride in where we play. I want to thank Larry Barabino for helping us to establish a booster club at Pontchartrain Park. which has brought in more funds. We can do more things around our park. I also like to thank Councilman Green, Councilwoman, Councilperson Moreno for attending our banquet and showing an interest in our park. I look forward to seeing more of you at the parks. Take pride in what you offer to us to give to the children. It'd be great to see some of you at the parks and seeing what we're doing and seeing the condition of the parks and where you can assist. Thank you for your time and recognition.
Thank you very much. Can we all give a nice round of applause to all of our coaches, those who are watching? Thank you, coaches.
Councilman Green and council members, I'll be remiss if I don't acknowledge the women that coach at NORD, because you're seeing these men at the panel, but the girls' side of NORD, whether you have the volleyball side, the softball side, even have girls that's participating in flag football. We even have in our basketball side, track and field side. You know, we have our female coaches that coach. We have our moms that come out and coach. We've even have, and I'm very excited to announce, with the support of all the coaches citywide, NORD put together a 14-year-old citywide Biddy basketball team that won the Biddy National Championship. Last weekend they won the Biddy National Championship, and I would love to bring that team to the council to be recognized as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Jordan for a couple of comments. Mr. Jordan Harbaker, who is my District D liaison, community liaison, one of 4 that I have. And then if any council members want to close us out before we take a photo, this will be an opportunity. Mr. Jordan Harbaker.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. My name's Jordan Michael Harbaker. In my professional capacity, I'm the liaison to the Upper Ninth Ward. In my personal life, I'm a coach. I've coached basketball, football, baseball. With some of the gentlemen up here and around, I have had the honor of learning from and working alongside legends, honestly, living legends in history. Just want to give a big thank you to creating this space for letting this happen. From what I understand, this is the first time something like this has happened, and it's time that we see the visible faces that we see they're seen and they're heard. I just want to give a big thank you to all the coaches that are here, to Digby, Hardin, Lehman, McHugh, Milne, Pontchartrain Park, Stallings, St. Roch, Bunny Friend. Who else am I missing? Willie Hall and Odell Davis Playground. I have seen over the past year the coaches go out of their pocket, go out of their time, go out of their resources. I've seen them picking up kids and providing transportation to and from games and practices. I have seen the coaches be family members, be mentors, be teachers. I mean, it's not just coaching, it's off the field too. The coaches are checking in on the families, checking in on the kids. These coaches that before us, the coaches that are behind us, the 120 that are here, the 500 throughout NORD, they keep our parks running, they keep our kids safe. And they're not asking for anything besides just a little help every once in a while. I say that to say thank you, coaches, all the coaches that are here today. Thank you for coming. All the coaches that are watching. I know y'all are at work because I've seen you come to the practice with your work uniforms on. And thank you to all the kids that show up every single day. This is huge. This is monumental. And just, again, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan Harbaker organized the coaches today, and I want to thank him. And if you don't mind, we'll close out with brief comments from our council members, and then we'll come forward for a photo. Councilman Giarrusso.
Well, good morning. I don't know that I need the shirt to say that I'm a nerd, but I'm more than happy to take it. I just want to say 2 things. One is how appreciative we are of the time that you give. You know, this city can sometimes be tough, but we love it. And the most precious commodity we have is our time. And the fact that you are willing to give your time, the one thing that you can never get back, to help kids is so incredibly important. And then, you know, as you get older, now as I'm watching my kids get older, you realize that you do not achieve unless somebody puts their arm around you and helps you. And sometimes that's not always your mom, your dad, your aunt, your grandparents. It's your coach. And my kids are swimmers, and we stay away from all the stuff because their coach coaches them up hard, and that's their job. It's not my job to get in the middle of that. And we appreciate the fact that you teach them these very hard lessons about you're not always going to win. How do you lose with grace? How you win as a team together? How you succeed together? how you overcome, how much hard work really pays off. And so we appreciate everything that you do and all the parks that Jordan named and all of your hard work. Thank you all so much.
Councilmember Harris.
I really couldn't have said it better. I appreciate everything that you do on a daily basis, and I know how critical it is for young people to have access to mentorships, to adults who really care about them. Larry, thank you for your commitment to ensuring that our parks are up to speed, and when they're not, communicating with us to get them into the shape that they need to be. I pass A.L. Davis every day. I see kids playing on it. There are some improvements that I'd love to make, and I know that we're working on that together. So that's extremely important to my community. As far as being a nerd, I can count probably at least 3 of us up here. So I'm really excited about the shirt that we're about to receive. So thank y'all.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, coaches. Thank you, Councilmember Green, for putting this together. And thanks to all the coaches here and the ones throughout the city. That's what make NORD what it is, the volunteer coaches. Because like Coach Barabino said, you can't pay all the coaches, and you all do a job that really you can't put a value on, because you save lives every day and you make lifetime relationships, and you mentor people, young men and women, throughout their lives up until their adult ages. So again, thank you for all that you do. And again, Councilmember Green, thank you for the recognition, this much deserved recognition.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Council President Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Green, for bringing the coaches before us. It's really great to see all of you all here, but more importantly, thank you so much for the tremendous volunteer work that you do with the children of New Orleans. I remember thinking back of how much my coaches meant to me playing sports and how much they helped mold me. You are helping to mold the children of New Orleans into being prosperous adults, and we certainly appreciate you for doing that. And as far as, of course, it's okay to be a nerd. Man, don't I know it. When I was a kid, not only did I have glasses, but I was the girl in headgear walking around, okay? So yes, it's okay to be a nerd, and I can't wait to wear your shirt. And to Jordan, thank you for your heartfelt comments. You work really hard at City Hall, but you also work really hard in the community volunteering your time, and I just wanted to say how much we appreciate you as well. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Council Vice President Morrell.
Once again, like my colleague said, I'd like to thank Councilmember Green and Jordan for bringing everyone here today. We really appreciate all of your hard work in the community, and to be being present, Jordan, in the community and being available. I'd also like to thank Larry, of course, for all the work he's done. I think it's really important to highlight how tirelessly and hard Larry works for NORD. And I say that because during our budget process, when we get the budget, every department says, I need this amount of money. And usually they come here and say, well, that money's adequate, I'll take it. Larry was like, I need more money. And Larry came to this council and said, if you give me more money, I can provide more programming and do more work to reach kids. And he has been very aggressive, in a good way, very aggressive, saying, if you provide our coaches, you provide our facilities with the resources, we will reach these kids and we will help these kids and we will change lives. And this council has been very, very intentional, both with increasing NORD's budget, working, I know you worked with Councilmember Moreno with the Council on Rec Fund to get more money for uniforms and equipment. We are going to continue to scour every couch, between the cushions, everywhere we can go to find more and more resources for NORD, because when you look at the most successful aspects of lowering crime and bad outcomes in the city, you can track in our history when NORD is properly funded. When NORD is properly funded and resourced, we do better as a community, because our kids need to be engaged where they're at. They need to have role models, people like yourselves, who are reaching out to them and showing that someone cares. And on a real basic level, if as a city we cannot show that kids are a priority, they internalize that. If we can't show that they are the priority and resourcing them as a priority, whether it be when we pay them their checks in the summer for their work, or whether it be when they're at those at those games with y'all with uniforms and equipment that isn't threadbare and used, it's on us and hold us to account to make sure we're giving you what you need. Because your job, you're already doing your job, you're showing up. Our job is to make sure you have what you need to be successful. And Larry has been a tremendous advocate saying they need more, and we will always strive to give you more. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Jordan for helping organize this. Thank you, Councilmember Green, but thank the men and women who volunteer and who coach at Nord. Of course, Larry knows my life wouldn't be what it is right now if it wasn't for coaches at Nord. Sam and Cooney came to Bunny Friend and they volunteered. There were college athletes who volunteered. Coach Sims, Coach Eugene, Coach Macklin, Coach D'Angelo at Stallings, my dad, and Coach Paul. If it wasn't for those folk taking out of their time, but somebody said something earlier, and Larry and Brian know, for the people who are here, as a former Nord athlete and as a former college athlete, one of the most important things kids can see is see you there. I don't just go to the games to watch Coach Bam and watch my son or my nephews or those kids. I'm at the game because I enjoy it, but also so that they'll know that there are people they see on television, or notable people, or from the community sitting through those games. To watch Coach Tiggy and the All-Star team practice and to watch them fumble through learning to play basketball at Stallings Center. When they look in the stands and they see people who the world says is notable, it tells them that they matter. Brian doesn't talk about the high school games and what happens at the high school games and talking to the kids before the game, but just sitting there. And then Shaq, you've dedicated your life, and for the other coaches here. Coach Larry, we can't pay you enough for what you've done. When you integrated Bunny Friend Playground, I came there and my brother came a few years later. If it wasn't for you integrating that park, there wouldn't have been a spot for us at that park. And for that All-Star team we played on, you were really humble. We beat the Moeller All-Star team. If everyone's heard of Moeller High School, the famous Ohio football, where the feeder program, we beat them. We beat that team from Austin, Texas. We beat that team in Philadelphia. And when you talk about resources, we didn't have enough money. We had to raise enough money to travel. We have raised enough money for per diem, Larry, but remember, we had to stay with the families of the teams that we were competing against. We didn't have enough money for hotels. My parents surely did. Where we come from, we didn't. And that experience for me, just to be able to go there, it was the first time I'd ever stayed in a home where everybody had their own room. And I'll never forget that white Philadelphia family touring me through the house and asking me which room would I like. Where we grew up, if there was a bedroom, that was your parents' bedroom. Everybody else found a place to stay. But what it did for me, it motivated me through being able to go there and experience that, to say, oh, wow, we should have a home with our own rooms too. This is something I wanted to shoot for. And Larry, you were humble in that, what folk don't know, in your class, you were one of the fastest kids in the country. And that All-Star team that we played on, they took the very best, and you were one of the best, not just as an athlete, but as a human being. And lastly, from my family to yours, my mom's not here anymore, Dad's not here, but thank you for naming that bowl game after my father. That was one of the highlights of his life, and thank you for giving him that before he passed. We love you, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the council, my fellow members. We have proclamations for each of the 120 coaches, and I want to thank Jordan Harbaker for helping with that, and Pierce Huff, but also the members of our city council and their office for their patience in signing 120 documents. Those documents read, as you know, as regular proclamation from the city, but thank you for your dedication and service to the youth of New Orleans, serving as a coach and a mentor. And I'm going to close with this very brief remark. To all of our coaches who are watching, to those who are present today, You are on the front lines. You are the pillars of the community. We extend to you our gratitude, to the coaches citywide, to parents, site facilitators, sponsors, and most importantly, our youth. Thank you for shaping the hearts and minds of the youth of New Orleans. You are shaping a better future for all of us. Can we all please give a thunderous round of applause to all of the coaches who are watching and those who are present today.
The second order of business, a presentation honoring former NOPD Superintendent Michelle W. Woodfork for 33 years of service. Ann Kirkpatrick, Police Department Superintendent, Jason R. Williams, Orleans Parish District Attorney, Sabrina E. Richardson, Lieutenant, 4th Police District, Wayne DeLarge II, Captain, 7th Police District, Norman Robinson, journalist. Woodfork began her career as a police officer in New Orleans East, where she was raised and continues to reside. She worked for 12 years as a detective and a sergeant in the department's Sex Crimes and Child Abuse Unit, and then it is an alternative police response unit. In 2016, she was promoted to lieutenant and worked in the 2nd and 7th Police Districts. Woodfork was promoted to captain in 2021, working in the department's Management Services Bureau, and then named interim police superintendent in 2022. She led the police department for nearly a year, during which the city's violent crime began to decrease. Woodfork's strategy focused on taking illegal guns off the streets and streamlining recruitment efforts to hire 104 police recruits and 107 civilian employees. Changes made on her watch will help steer the New Orleans Police Department towards sustainable reform, transparency, accountability, and efficiency.
I want to thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to thank everyone who came here to support Chief Woodfork. And I want to thank this council for agreeing to recognize you for your work. Since he's here, you know, Norman Robinson is an official MC and facilitator. I'll turn it over to him to acknowledge the people at the table so they can give their kind remarks. And Norman, I'm putting you to work. Yeah, I know you're retired, but
You're turning it over to me, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And once they finish, then of course Norman can give his kind and affectionate remarks about how he feels about you. Mr. Norman Robinson.
Thank you very much for that promotion. I appreciate that. We'll begin with the Honorable Jason William down at the end of the table, Lieutenant Sabrina Richardson next to him, and of course our honoree, Michelle Woodfork, and our President Chief of Police, Ann Kirkpatrick. And I will keep my remarks brief because I believe in the 3 Bs, be brilliant, be brief, and be gone. To the Honorable Council and the Council staff, to the family and friends of the honoree, and to the esteemed citizens of New Orleans here assembled in the audience. We gather here today to have the distinct honor and privilege to pay tribute to an extraordinary leader, Michelle Woodfork. In the annals of the vibrant history of New Orleans, her name will forever be etched as the first woman to hold the esteemed position of interim superintendent within the New Orleans Police Department. Michelle's journey to this pivotal role has been one of dedication, resilience, and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of the people of New Orleans. And throughout her tenure, she has exemplified the highest standards of professionalism, integrity, and courage, earning the respect and admiration of her colleagues, her peers, and of course the community alike. Under her stewardship, the New Orleans Police Department has seen remarkable progress and transformation. Her visionary leadership has inspired positive change, fostering stronger relationships between law enforcement and the community at large. Michelle's emphasis on community policing, accountability, and transparency has not only enhanced public trust, but has also contributed to a safer and more inclusive city for all of us. And beyond her professional achievements, Michelle Woodfork embodies the spirit of service and compassion, perhaps her greatest attribute. Her tireless efforts to uplift and empower marginalized communities have left an indelible mark on the fabric of New Orleans. She has been a beacon of hope and a voice for the voiceless and a champion of justice for those in need. We honor and we bid farewell to Michelle Woodfork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. D.A. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. MC. And I don't know the 3 Bs, but I'll try not to be as long-winded as I used to be when I was on the dais. And I don't have that Paul Robeson baritone voice that Mr. Robinson has.
It's for rent.
It's for rent? I'm going to have to rent it. Norman described the history and the tenure of Michelle, but I want to talk about the woman and the human being. You know, we get these important jobs, and a lot is asked of you when you decide to serve. But a lot of times people forget when you get these jobs that you are the same human being, the same man, the same woman that you were the day before, and whether it's the 40 years before you took an oath to serve. And a lot will be said, and a lot has been said about the professional that Michelle Woodfork is, but I want to talk about the woman behind the badge, the daughter behind the badge, the sister and friend behind the badge, and most importantly, the mother behind the badge. She has an amazing son, and that is the most important job a human being can have, taking care of and raising another human being. And it is not easy to raise a young black man in a city that is known for violent crime. Because no matter how beautiful your kid is, no matter how good their grades are, when some folks see a tall, strapping, good-looking, brown 16-year-old, 17-year-old walking down the street, they don't see a beautiful son. They see public enemy number one, right? And it's her job to protect and serve and police this community. And she did not lobby for this job. She didn't apply for this job. When she got it, she was working dutifully, as she always did, and she simply accepted the call. And she accepted the call at not a great time to be a police officer in the wake of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, when a lot of people want to defund the police and abolish prisons and don't want to be involved in the system. She took the job. She took the job when New Orleans had the title as the murder capital of the world. She stepped up. And a number of people would not have done that. There was a great deal of uncertainty in that, with her son in high school, getting ready for college, when our children need us most. She figured out a way to do it all. When I say do it all, she was able to make sure that her son stayed on task. And she also was an amazing partner in executing on and developing strategies that took New Orleans from being the murder capital of the world to not being the murder capital of the world, but not just in homicides. She was instrumental in crafting and executing strategies that brought down crime in every major category, more so than any other city in this country. And this community owes her a huge debt and a huge amount of gratitude for that. No one else has done that in this country. And she did it, really at a moment's notice. That first Saturday after you got sworn in, you were at my house for about 3 hours, working on strategy, working on basics, working on police report writing, working on prioritizing the crimes that matter most to the community. I think that certain folks get the blame when crime goes up, but those same folks don't get credit when crime goes down. For whatever reason, I don't know. I'll ask the media on the way out why it works that way.
Good luck on that.
Michelle deserves credit for the position that New Orleans found itself in at the top of this year. The rest of the country is recognizing it, so I'm glad that the city of New Orleans is recognizing it. So we all owe you. I am so grateful that I got to work with you and I got to serve with you, and so glad that we got to partner to strategize to serve the people of this community, to bring crime down in every category. And I'm also very excited for what is going to come next in your life. And I'm just reminded that Michael Jordan also retired, but he got back in the game.
Lieutenant Richardson.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It is my absolute pleasure and honor to have been chosen to share a few words with you this morning about my best friend, who happens to be the former interim superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department, Michelle Woodfork. I have had the honor of working with Michelle for my entire 25-year career, and oh, what a ride it has been. I've witnessed Michelle work tirelessly for the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Police Department, a task that she gracefully and professionally took on for 33 years. I remember when we first crossed paths over 2 decades ago. And in my younger days, I was quite the rambunctious person, quite a handful.
Yeah.
However, there was an immediate connection with Michelle and I. I, of course, being the rambunctious little sister, and Michelle being the experienced big sister. Michelle took me under her wing. She gave me grace as I learned how to navigate through the ranks of the New Orleans Police Department. She always made sure I was good. She had the patience of Job when it came to showing me the ropes of how to do things. I mean, hey, like I did say, I could be a handful at times. Michelle is one of the most dedicated and hardworking people I know. She was always present for the team and often put the mission first. It takes a special type of person to take on different roles, and quite frankly, some cannot handle not being the one or watching someone else take the lead, but not Michelle. You see, during the course of our careers and our friendship, Michelle has been both a supporter and a leader, a mentor and a mentee, my cheerleader, and oftentimes the first person to pull my coattails. Each time one of us was promoted, the other was front and center. You see, I believe that people come into your life for reasons and seasons. You have blessings and lessons. I can go on and on about the many reasons, lessons, and blessings that have led to me to holding Michelle Woodfork so dearly. But I do believe I'm on a time limit today, so I'll carry on. Michelle and I have always celebrated together. We've cried together. Most importantly, though, Michelle and I always prayed together. As I stated earlier, Michelle and I weren't just colleagues. We are best friends. We are also sorority sisters of the first and the finest Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
You had to add that in.
Yes, I did. We are a part of each other's village. Because you see, it's one thing to be a police officer on a daily basis. It's a totally different thing to be a female police officer on a daily basis, let alone a high-ranking, successful one. You see, as female officers, we don't only carry the burden of protecting the city of New Orleans and her citizens and her many, many visitors, but we also carry the burden and the responsibility of taking care of our homes, our children, and our families. Think about it, when something goes wrong, no matter how old you are, the first person you're gonna call is probably your mom. Michelle and I not only supported each other on the job, but we supported each other in our most important roles, the roles of motherhood. And if you think she was an amazing superintendent, you should have witnessed her when she's in her role as Nick's mom, Rochelle's sister, or as a loving daughter. Michelle, you are an amazing human being. I am so grateful to have experienced life with you, my career with you, and all of the shenanigans alongside you. I am so very proud of you, friend, and I cannot wait to see what this next chapter holds.
I love it.
Chief Kirkpatrick. Chief Kirkpatrick.
City Council, thank you so much for honoring Chief Woodfork. I am grateful for you for doing so. You know, if it hadn't been for Chief Woodfork, I would not be here today because she opened the door. She will always be the person who is the first woman and the first woman superintendent of New Orleans Police Department. So without you, you broke and shattered the glass ceiling for people like me. Thank you. I retired myself 7 years ago. You look fabulous. But you don't know what your future holds. And I hope that I am an example that you don't know. You don't know the future, but it's going to be whatever you do, it will be bright. I also want to thank Superintendent Woodfork because she was gracious. She has been nothing but kind. She has been nothing but supportive of this chief that no one knew. She paved the way to loan her credibility to me. And I will always be grateful to you for that as well. You know, she put her family first. And that family includes the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. From the day I met her, she would say, it's not about me, It's about the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, and she's not ever forgotten that. She knows her true north. And I also am thankful for you. So thank you, Michelle.
Chief Woodfork, before you speak, we're going to allow the council members to do.
Sure.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Well, sort of in typical New Orleans fashion, I knew Michelle the person before I sort of really knew Michelle the cop. And to me, this was Dana's cousin.
Yeah.
And then I realized, oh, Michelle's like a lieutenant and a captain, and she's this tough and tender cop. And then you got promoted to being chief. And Michelle, like what I loved about you is I never doubted where you stood. I always knew where you were coming from. It was always for the benefit of the residents of the city. You cared. I can't tell you how much in political life that matters, caring. And you always said, I can do this, I don't know if I can do this. And I think having that can-do attitude, again, particularly in political life, is so important because it's easy to say no. But you were always somebody who tried to be a yes person in how I work with you as much as humanly possible. I want to echo what Sabrina, Jason, everybody else said, that we all know how much Nick means to you and what a proud mama you are. And we saw that at Gallier Hall not too long ago, as you should be. And of course, that's always the most important role we have is as a parent. But we want to make sure you get your flowers for your work here on behalf of the city of New Orleans right now. I know how much you mean to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Michelle, I think the first time that you appeared before this council as interim superintendent, you were surrounded by a crew of other black women, and it was one of the most powerful things that I've ever seen. Black women running this city, black women running this police force, and I think I commented on it at the time because it just struck me as just so wonderful to see. You are glowing. Retirement suits you, but I hope you get back in the game sooner rather than later, and I know that there's a lot to look forward to from you. I just want to give a shout out to your family, like Joe. I knew you through Dana, who is another phenomenal woman, a judge, mentor, and I know from her and from you that your family cares about the city deeply, that you and she and your mother and all of your family serve as mentors and examples for people coming up in the city. And I know that you will continue to do that. And I, again, just want to thank you for everything that you did for us, everything you did for the city to bring down crime. Jason is absolutely right. You were in the vanguard of doing that, and we cannot thank you enough. So,
thank you.
Tequila shot soon.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Thank you for putting this on, recognizing Chief Woodfork. Chief, you hit the ground running when you took office. Within the first few days, we met outside of a small coffee shop in Bywater and discussed for hours your plans and strategies and how you're going to be different. And you fulfilled all of those promises. By the numbers, according to the numbers, you were one of the most successful police chiefs the city has ever had. And numbers have come down before, but they have come down this time in a more constitutional way. When you have the consent decree over your head, and you did things according to the books in the right way, and that says a lot about you. But I want to mention the transition. It wasn't easy. It was all over the media, blown out of proportion, but you handled that with so much grace in class. And that says a lot about you, not as the officer, but as a person.
Thank you.
And I wish that more people could just kind of pay attention to that part, to know what you went through and how you didn't badmouth anyone. You stuck in there and you did your job.
Yeah.
And that's to be commended.
Thank you.
So thank you for your hard work all these years, not just as chief. And thank you for being an example of how to be a professional leader in this city and I appreciate everything you've done. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you, Hay. So, first, Chief, of course, congratulations for being the first female police chief in the city of New Orleans. I want to talk first about you just being the just utmost professional and the urgency and seriousness in which you took your job. And I've never told this story in public before, but now I will. When you first became interim, you wanted to immediately get with different council members and chat. And I remember, I think it was like a Saturday or Sunday, and you were like, can we get together? And I'm like, well, I'm at my house right now. And you said, I'm on my way. And she came over to my house, sat in my living room. You brought Nick over. Nick sat in my living room too. And you and I just sat there drinking coffee and just discussing how I viewed the police department, my public safety priorities, your public safety priorities. And then based on that, we really collaborated and worked together on a variety of different issues. And you knew how important I thought it was to really build up our civilian force within the NOPD, build up those trained professionals to assist NOPD officers. And you took that so seriously that you actually created a task force with my office and civil service so that we could show the federal judge just how tenaciously all together we were working on this issue that not only was important to all of us, but also important to the federal judge as well. And more importantly, would have an impact on public safety in the city. And you boosted those numbers. And much credit to you, because as much as I had talked about that, you were the chief that actually was able to accomplish that. So I really always appreciated just how willing you were to collaborate and communicate. That was really important. And as I worked with you, I also got to know not just Chief, but Michelle as a person. And what I am like beyond certain of, and what I saw in you, is just how much you truly care for the people of this city and for community as a whole. Talking to you about Nick and his grades and how well he's doing and how you push him, he is a tremendous kid, but that's because of you. That's because of the mother who you are. And then I'll say this, look, you make all daughters look bad because you are a phenomenal daughter. You go see your parents every day. Every day you stop and go see your parents. Well, there you go. When you got good food, right, Mom? And so I'm just so I guess I feel so lucky to have had the opportunity to work with you on a professional level and feel so lucky to now be able to call you a friend.
Thank you.
And so congratulations to you. I know your future is bright. You are one of those incredibly talented New Orleanians who does not need to be here because everybody wants you. You could go anywhere, but you choose to be here because you love New Orleans so much. We appreciate you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Chief, thank you very much for your commitment to our city. You are the quintessential New Orleanian, the St. Mary's Academy graduate, the SUNO graduate, the person who has spent 33 years working in difficult situations. What you've seen over 33 years is incredible, whether it be working through the pandemic, whether it be working through Hurricane Katrina, for example, the aftermath of it. And I could go on about all that you've seen, good and sometimes, unfortunately, very challenging. You came into your position with quite a name to live up to, Woodfork. And there's a Woodfork who is watching, if you believe, and I know we all believe, and he's very proud of the work that you've done in this very, very important police department and this very, very worthy city. A council member talked about the fact that sometimes when crime is going down, you don't get the recognition that you need, but if it's going up, then it's all about the police and what the police aren't doing, what responses they aren't making, what kind of things aren't being done that should be done. But let me make it clear that this is an incredible period in our city with violent crime going down as it's going down in our city double digits, over 20% in the 4 major categories. That makes our citizens safer, and it also says something good about the city of New Orleans, that we don't have to accept some of the negativity of the past, that we are a city that can improve greatly and can move forward. I'm just so very proud of the fact that you, over 33 years, have shown the professionalism that has encouraged others to recognize the value of being a member of the New Orleans Police Department. Certainly, as was mentioned, your work in recruiting civilians to assist in our police, but just the fact also that you are everywhere. Everywhere that people asked you to be, you went, and you had a positive disposition about you that made a difference, that makes a difference in our city today. So there are so many ways that we need to say thank you, but the most important thing that we can do is to use the words here today. Thank you very much for your service. You have helped make the city of New Orleans a better place to live. You have helped to develop a better future for our city of New Orleans. I'm proud of the New Orleans Police Department. One of the reasons that I'm proud is because of officers like you, leaders like you, the chief like you, who have served with capacity and also served with constitutional policing and also outreach to our community that makes a difference. So thank you for the work that you do. And I am so pleased that you were sitting right next to our new superintendent and that you offered your services, your valuable services during this transition to make it so easy. You all help to let people know that we have a team and we have a family within our New Orleans Police Department. Thank you for the work that you've done, and I look forward to celebrating with you as you continue to do great work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morale.
Thank you. Apologize for my tardiness. I've known Michelle for a very, very long time. You know my family for a very long, long time. You're a daughter of this city. You have done so much and accomplished so much for the city, and you've given so much to this city. And I don't feel like, as a council or as a city, we'll ever be able to fully adequately express how much you've done for the city of New Orleans in your time here and the things you're going to continue to do. But all of the accolades you've received today are truly heartfelt. And when I talk to the men and women of the NOPD, just as a police officer, you know, the hardest people to please are your colleagues. And the amount of stuff y'all give each other is truly epic. Y'all don't see the way the way officers burn each other on a daily basis. It's epic. And the amount of accolades they give you privately for the work you've done over the years and the work you've done to help them both personally and professionally, we just can't encompass it. So I certainly am grateful. We as a city, as a council, are grateful for everything you've done. And we look forward to what you will do, but know that whatever kudos we give you, it'll never be enough.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of my colleagues, and I want to thank everyone who came here today to support this great human being. You know, it's easy to support titles, celebrities. It's always easy to acknowledge notables on their way out. It's always easy to talk about emotional relationships, political relationships, familiar relationships. But when people ask me about why my support was unwavering, it really wasn't about that. I like good people who are smart. So when we had conversations about Dr. Weisberg and concentration policing, I could talk to you about that. When we had conversations about impact budgeting and deployment, I could talk to you about that. When we had conversations about policing strategies, right, and highlighting hotspots, and going after those people who have earned the right to be off the street. When we talked about the Peter Sharp model, I could talk to you about that. I could talk to you about the Dr. Penny from Suno model, about prevention. Yes, we want to lock people up, but we want to be in an environment where law enforcement knows they got to support those social science issues about how you create an environment, Mr. DA, where you don't have to lock people up. So all of those niceties are nice, but it was sure nice to be able to talk to somebody who was intellectual enough and scientific enough and smart enough that I could go from budgeting to good feels and emotions. And I don't think you get enough credit for that. Yes, you were the first black woman Yes, you were the first female, but you were one of the few people who understood scientific policing, scientific constitutional policing. And then the last thing is, I mean, when you look in the definition, you see your family here, right next to Woodfork is community service. Woodfork equals community service. Whether it's your uncle, your mom, your dad, your sister, your family. And what some folk don't know, during the height of what you setting a standard here so that Chief Kirkpatrick could build on, they don't know what you were dealing with your son and your father and your family. Never wavered, never stopped doing your job. Yeah, I like all of the kudos stuff, boy, but I sure like people who smart enough and tough enough to do their job. That's Michelle, that's Superintendent, that's Michelle Woodfork to me. God bless you. We appreciate everything you've done, and thank you for setting a standard where we can't go backwards. The only thing we can do is build on and go forward. Thank you. Now it's your turn, Superintendent.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank God, because without my faith, I would be nothing. And definitely without my family, I would be nothing. My mother and father, two great people, but two total opposites. My mother is definitely the nurturer, and my dad is definitely the driving force, which helped create who I am today. And so I have to say thank you to them, and I love them. And of course, my sister, who is like my second mother. She pushed and pushed. And I love her for that. And then, of course, my son, who is my everything, who is the most important person to me, who makes me smile, who warms my heart, who gives purpose to everything that I do, and especially to serve. I wanted him to grow into a man of God, in which he's doing. I wanted him to be successful at anything he wanted to do. And for a while, he felt a little pressure because I was doing all kinds of things, but I wanted him to just be a man of God, a good person, and I didn't care what he did as long as he was good, productive, and gave back to the community. I'll always be proud of him, and he made a lot of sacrifices for me to be able to serve the citizens, to be able to serve the community, and so he's not here, he's at school today. But I'm sure he'll go back and look at this, but I love him dearly, and I thank him for being patient, for doing his work when I couldn't help him do his work, but just listening to his mother, so kudos to Nick. But I have to say this to the council, this council as a whole, and had a conversation with then my commission chief of staff, and I don't know if she's here, Captain Raven Baptiste, and we talked about this council. And we said, this is, it's refreshing that we had a council who were really pushing to get things done. That was a big help, not just with policing, but with so many things that are going on in the city. Each and every one of you, I see you, I hear you working every day, trying to make the city better, whether it's with infrastructure, whether it's the budget, whether it's policing, the DA's office, NORD. You guys are out there doing the work, doing so many things. But for me personally, the calls, you taking my calls, Joe. No, I didn't go to Joe's house, but of course, I attacked him at Dana's house. Of course, I didn't go to Leslie's house, but yeah, I went. Look, as soon as I saw it, look, I just started talking about it. Then I thought about it. Look, this is a social thing.
So you just came to mind? Yeah.
No. She was like, she didn't want to talk about that. And then, of course, Councilman King, we sat down, we met many times, talked about so many different things. And of course, Jay, just like that same weekend, I accosted Jason, I accosted you. I was trying to get to everybody all at once. And then, of course, Councilmember Morrell, having that family thing. And of course, Ty being my friend and my classmate, so of course we had that relationship. But being able to talk to you, being able to call you, and you feeling comfortable to call me and call me out on the carpet on some things, just that each and every one of you did. And I was there to get it. I was there to listen and make sure I immediately was going to do something about it, because I wanted to really, really do a good job. And of course, Councilman Green always supportive of everything that is policing, and definitely was supportive, would be out there with me. Everybody kept asking, why are you going on all these homicide scenes? But Councilman Green would be right there standing next to me on those scenes. So, I appreciate that. And of course, Oliver O.T. Thomas. I don't even know how to begin to thank you, because I'll tell you, a lot of you guys don't know, a lot of people don't know, and I would laugh about it all the time. Before I probably was a sergeant or a lieutenant, I've been knowing Oliver a very long time. He's been knowing my family a long time. Every time I saw him, he said, "Hey, Chief." And I would laugh. I thought that was so funny, because I wasn't the chief. I was a sergeant or a lieutenant. But he said it. He spoke it into fruition. He believed in me. He fought to the bitter end. And like the kids say, he stood 10 toes down to the very end. And I cannot begin to tell you the debt. I'm so appreciative of your belief in me and you telling me that I was smart. And that last conversation with Dr. Penny, Peter Scharf, in your office, that conversation, that what came out of that conversation was this, and I know you're gonna laugh, because you guys talked to me about being confident in everything that I did, and don't shy away from saying, yes, we did this, or yes, I feel good about some of the decisions that I made. And what came out of that comment was the shoe-in comment. I said, oh my God, they had me feeling so high and they had me feeling so confident. That's what I said. It came like a day or two later, because I thought about what the great Peter Scharf said, what the great Dr. Penny said in that room. I needed to hear that. And it may not show in the work that I did with the New Orleans Police Department, but in the next things that I am going to do, my next career move, it is definitely going to show there, right, Jason?
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
But again, thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in that capacity. Thanks for each and every one of you calling me out, call the department out on my things and stuff like that. But I really appreciate each and every one of you, because you made it very easy. Because I wasn't a politician. I'm not a politician. And so I was like, oh my God, how am I going to navigate the council? That was my big thing. And so you made it easy by communicating. Even if we didn't agree on something, we could at least discuss it and come to some type of agreement. So I really appreciate everything that you did to make my time as interim superintendent very easy. And to the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, my second family, I miss y'all. Y'all call me every day. I'm at home. Someone calls me every day from work. What are you doing? How's retirement? And so that just makes me miss them all the more, But to the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, and I mean this with everything that I am, this is the most special group of people that you're ever going to meet, serve the community, and work with. They are different. They care. They're engaged. They want things to be better in the city. They are working tirelessly now. I know we talk about the numbers, but they have done more with less. And that is with the leadership that was in place. I could sit here and take credit for everything, but it wasn't me, and it never was about me. It was about getting them the things that they needed. It was about uplifting those officers who are on the beat every day, who are out there taking the calls for service, who are doing the hard work, who are listening to the executive team. And shout out to my executive team. They came in, they listened to what I had to say, I listened to what they had to say, and together as a team, we came up with the ideas that we came up with. We came up with the strategies that we used while I was the interim superintendent, and that the superintendent continues to use, and thank you for doing that. It worked, and all the credit goes to them. They listened, they got the work done. Yes, we know we didn't agree on everything all the time, but again, that compromise, that communication, the command staff, and all the officers, our civilian corps, you can't have a police department without the civilian professional staff. And that's what Councilmember Moreno talked about. We cannot be a successful police department without those civilians. They are important, the work that they do, whether there be a social worker, a tech, a crime lab specialist. So many people do so many things on a police department. There are so many great men and women there who are committed, and they do it because they love it. And I just can't say enough about them. So I want to thank them for all their support, for giving me the opportunity to lead them. I'll always be forever grateful. They'll always be my family, and I'll always be there for the New Orleans Police Department, loving every one of those people dearly for all the work that they do. And Chief Ann, thank you for allowing me to help you, allowing me to continue with the recruitment effort, the cadet program, all those things for the time that I was there with you. And my phone is always there. My ear is always there. Anything that I can do for you and the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, please do not hesitate. I'll always support them.
You're my partner.
And thank you again, guys, for letting me serve in that way. And thank you to my partners in law enforcement, all the state, local, and federal partners. Man, there's so many people out there that I have to thank that supported me, that gave me good advice, that encouraged me, that listened to me groan and moan sometimes. And also others in law enforcement, the judges, the sheriff's department, and of course, our good friend Jason Williams, man, really came in really right away, supporting, asking me, what can we do? How can we make things better? And we're going to continue on that in my next move. We're going to continue on that path in my next move.
And don't forget, we put puzzles together now.
And then, of course, my bestie right here, man, great lady. I'm looking for big, big things from her, and I'll always support her too. Love you, Sabrina. Thank you so much. And the incomparable Norman Robinson, thank you so much for all that you've done for our community and your support and encouragement throughout my time as interim superintendent and even now. So thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I just didn't thank this last group. And this was the people who were with me every day. And that was my staff. Captain Raven Baptiste, Officer Miquel Aubert, Sean Jenkins, Sabrina Hickerson, Stephanie Landry, Ebony Washington. Those were my core people on my staff every day. They heard me when I was yelling and screaming or they were there to tell me a joke or two. They were there to support me. I'm sorry, Reese Harper, Devonna Dolio, all those people every day. We were in there as a team. They were a great staff. They supported me every day when I was having a good day or a bad day, whether we were winning or whether we were losing. Those people came to work every day, worked tirelessly, worked effortlessly, and I can't thank you enough, and I appreciate y'all so much. I owe y'all dinner, lunch. We'll get together real soon, but they were really the people who held my hand every day and made everything happen, and I really thank them and support them. But thank the citizens of this city. Everything that I did, it was for this city. Everything that I did, it was to bring community together, and I'm going to continue to do that, to bring the community together in any capacity that I work in any field that I work in. It's always going to be about serving the people of this community, bringing this great city together, because this is a beautiful city, and we will rise. And Mayor LaToya Cantrell had the foresight, the thought that a female could do it, and she chose me. And I am forever grateful for that decision, forever grateful for this decision that she made to make me the interim superintendent. I can't thank her enough, and I'll continue to support her efforts with the city, with her administration, and everything that she does to make the city a better place. So thank you guys. I really, really appreciate it. I could go on and on and on and on. And thank you, Ms. Lena, for putting this together.
Well,
Appreciate you.
You're still winning, Chief Michelle Woodfall.
Yes.
If that's soliloquy, you certainly qualify as a politician.
The council glorified Woodfall for her work, and she has served the city well. But it's a shame that she couldn't be recognized at the street, and she is compelled to train Patrick. I say because she was denied by the council because she was black. Ain't no way they would have did that to Patrick. But yet, she got to train Patrick, which is Southern tradition. White people don't have to be qualified, but they demand a black person to train them. That has always been the Southern tradition down south. And it always will be for black people, because this is the South. And I want you to know, I am Larry Morgan, of South, East, and West of NOLA. And I don't give a damn about telling like it is for the people, because that is what the people demand me to express today before this council.
Yes, sir.
Pig is a pig in any color.
Yeah. Oh, look. Adam came in and said, yeah. And he said he's going to come see you, but I just wanted to tell you. He said that if 7 members on the 5, and if you have 5 or 6, yeah. But he said, I already talked to somebody that. Councilmember King, I was so proud of your daughter. That is awesome. Oh, who's training her? That's awesome. Yeah. Awesome. I was proud of her. Council members, we're now on top of page 4
We have approval of the minutes, March 7th, 2024, and March 21st, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes if I can get a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? Aye. 1, 2, 3. Hang on, we're waiting on the machines real quick. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the dais. 5. 5 yeas, no nays, and the minutes are approved, Madam Clerk.
The consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel, Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We're on top of page 5. We have a communication from Darlene M. Jacobs, Law Office of Darlene M. Jacobs and Associates, 728 Dumaine Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is April 18th. We have a communication from Kimberly W. LeGroux, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology and Innovation, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from William T. Salameron, Chief of New Orleans EMS, New Orleans Emergency Medical Services, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We're now on top of page 6. We have a communication from Dane S. Salino, Executive Administrator and General Counsel, Ethics Review Board, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Austin P. Wilty, Chief Administrative Office, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have a communication from Jeffrey Schwartz, Director, Office of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This may be received and referred to the Economic Development and Special Development Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Jeffrey Schwartz, Director, Office of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This should be received and referred to the Economic Development and Special Development Projects Committee. We have a communication from Gilbert Montano, Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We're on top of page 8. We have a communication from Leslie T. Alley, Executive Director, French Market Corporation. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Latoya Johnson, LMSW, Executive Director, New Orleans Workers Center for Racial Justice. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received. We're now on top of page 9. We have a communication from Jeffrey Schwartz, Director, Office of Economic Development, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Economic Development and Special Development Committee. We have communication from Micah East, excuse me, Chief of Staff and Executive ADA. Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, Jason Roger Williams, Orleans District Attorney. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Minix Yang. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Danielle Berger, Chief Administrative Office, Orleans Public Defenders. This should be marked received. On top of page 10, we have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 518 South Rampart Street. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2430 North Rampart Street. This should be marked received. We're on top of page 11. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is April 18th. On top of page 12, we have ordinance calendar number 34,615. This will be removed from the consent agenda and come up on page 38 because there is an amendment. We have motion line over M24-111 by Councilmember Moreno, The Climate Change Sustainability Committee recommended approval. We're on page 13. We have motion line over M24-113 by Councilmember Thomas by request. The Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. The Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval. We have Resolution R24-119 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Jeruso, Harris, Green, and Thomas. The Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. We're now on top of page 14. We have Resolution R24-120 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Harris, Green, and Thomas. The Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. We have motion M24-124 by Councilmember King by request. The Community Development Committee recommended approval. And on top of page 15, we have motion M24-126 by Councilmember King by request. The Community Development Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Burnside, you're first up with public comment.
So in regards to the regulation of our utilities, I'm here to state the obvious, which is come September, I probably end up in jail. So September 2023 was sort of like the midpoint of our discussion ongoing about the utility pole at the corner of Magnolia and Felicity. I stopped by there yesterday and took a good look at it. It's rotted. It's got a metal arm hanging off of it from which is hanging a traffic light. So those of us who love physics, that's a recipe for torque. And torque is a fancy name for twist. So come a hurricane, the whole thing's going to come down. And it would be really good if Curo had the ability to either put out some sort of RFP and got a contractor to fix it before 4 months is up, or it'd be really nice if DPW would send out a contract to get it fixed before the 4 months is up, because I'm really too old to play the game of Quakers Everywhere, which is on, Nagasaki Day, go stand in front of a nuclear bomb facility and get arrested. So what frustrates me is I've tried to play inside the game. So I'm in receipt of an email saying wait 60 days because the previous RFP had nobody respond to it. And so after 68 days, I sent out an email back saying, hey, 68 days, you guys asked me to wait 60, and I got zero response from anybody. So 60 days, of course, is 2 months, and we've only got 4 months left, 4 years up, and I think it's starting to be slightly ridiculous. And I would keep talking about it, but I'm tired and I'm going to go sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. This looks like Hakeem Murad. I'm having trouble reading your writing. Come on up. Followed by Joshua Tannenbaum. Good morning.
Good morning. Council members, I'm against the adoption of a contract with Wexford Health Sources to provide services for inmates at Orleans Justice Center. I'm against this bill because I don't believe we should give our taxpayer dollars to a company that supports with a history of medical neglect and torture. In 2014, it was found that they were knowingly violating prisoner constitutional rights and doing things such as forcing women to go into cesarean section, etc. It's facing several lawsuits and inadequate health care. As a Palestinian, I'm also all too familiar with medical neglect of individuals in harsh environments like prisons. The State of Israel has 10,000 political prisoners currently. Most recently, Samahar Ismail, a member of U.S. citizen, member of New Orleans, a grandmother with medical issues, was ignored and abducted from her home. For Israel, it is the eradication, torture, and genocide of my people that they want most. Hopefully by now you've received, in the last couple of months, our emails, our phone calls. We've also showed up in person to this hall. At first, we brought up 10,000 killed, 20,000, 30,000. It is now standing at 40,000 Palestinians killed in 6 months, of which 70% is women and children. You may also be aware of the forced famine of 2 million people in Rafah, but with the time I have today, I don't want to focus on the numbers. Maybe we can do that over meeting and personal discussions. I want to tell you a story, something that lives vividly for me and many of the members here that came today. This is the first televised genocide of our lifetime, and maybe of anyone's lifetime. It is the month of Ramadan as well, where Muslims fast from sunup to sundown and make prayer throughout the whole night. We pray for the oppressed. We pray for the for the sick. We pray for God to protect people. But recently there's one video that keeps coming up in my mind as I fall asleep. There's this one man, a father in Gaza, who screams, "Verily I wish my children were dead than to hear their cries every morning begging me to get a piece of bread for them." And then I wake up and I look at my daughter's face and I ask myself, how could a man want his children to be dead as opposed to, as opposed to living on this earth, because they are struggling so badly. The earth is so poor for them. We could do something about this. You say, well, this is issues over there. How can I fix this? Well, the city council has issued statements. Last statement. The city council has issued statements regarding the loss of life in Israel, but has not made the same for the Palestinian people. I hope that you will take the time and meet with us. We have reached out to you multiple occasions, and we can discuss personally. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Murad. Joshua Tannenbaum. Joshua Tannenbaum. All right. Are you Mr. Tannenbaum?
Hi.
Are you Mr. Tannenbaum?
I'm Mr. Titlebaum, yeah.
Perfect.
Yep. Thank you, City Council. I am against the adoption of a contract with Wexford Health Services to provide service for inmates at Orleans Justice Center. New Orleans should not give our taxpayer dollars to a company with a history of a consent decree against it, which it is failing to comply with, which brings to mind for me Israel's failure to comply with International Court of Justice provisional measures designed to prevent an ongoing genocide. This city has before taken action in the case of South Africa, had taken binding resolutions to do the right thing, to stand on the right side of history, to not be complicit, to divest, to express its disapproval with the actions of an apartheid regime. I'm also the grandchild of Holocaust survivors. I would not be here if not for people doing the right thing, some decent people among many people who are otherwise complicit. This is how genocide happens. A city carries on business as usual and pretends like it's not happening. This is how Jim Crow happened in the South. This is how Nazi Germany happened. This is how apartheid South Africa happens, and this is how apartheid Israel happens, where people's rights are determined based on their ethnicity, or as Israel determines who's in an ethno-national group. That's like what happens in this country when people tell us who's a real American and who's not a real American, who deserves rights and who doesn't. There are segregated roads. There are different laws for different people living in the same place. That should be reminiscent of things here, unfortunately, and this city has a history to address, that it should be addressing this matter. And please meet with those of us who have contacted you to speak about a ceasefire resolution. This city is shamefully silent when 120 other cities are not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum. The next person is Shrewaz Vasudevan.
Thank you. My name is Shreyas Vasudevan, and I'm here with No Ship and Louisiana for Palestine to speak against the adoption of a contract with Wexford Health Sources to provide services for inmates at Orleans Justice Center. I'm against this bill for the reason given by the previous speakers, but I'm here to say that we've been unable to meet with any of you on a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, but agenda items like this face no such scrutiny or difficulty. Last week, 5 World Central Kitchen's aid workers were deliberately killed by Israel to send a message that not even aid workers are safe. This same organization has served over 1 million meals in New Orleans during the pandemic after Ida. New Orleans and Gaza are both being served by this organization, and that's not a coincidence. New Orleans knows racist brutality. It knows disaster. It knows infrastructure collapse. It knows injustice and oppression. It knows the importance of resistance to these systems. It knows the importance of humanitarian aid. New Orleans knows Samaher and demands her freedom. It cries in remembrance of its own child, Tawfiq, killed by the government of Israel. We've been in these halls and in these streets for 6 months in growing numbers to stand in solidarity with Palestinians. We've been emailing you, coming to your events, calling your offices, all in good faith, trying to work with y'all. 125 other resolutions have passed across the U.S. We have 3,000 petition signatures. from people in this city. It's a shame we have to resolve to creative means just to speak with y'all, but this is how much it means to us. This is how much it means to all of us. All of these people, 1% of the amount of people in this city that care about standing in solidarity with Palestine and care about a ceasefire resolution, dropped everything at a last-minute notice to come to this meeting, to show up today. Please respond to our emails. We are wishing to work with you. We wish to speak with you. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the last public comment, I have is Noah Rahman.
Thank you, council people, for your time. As to the crowd behind me, I can't follow a performance like that, but I just want to say that I'm in sympathy with their concerns, and I hope that their council will engage with their constituents. As to motion M24-126, which I wanted to comment on, this looks to be the renewal of the city's contract with Digitech for EMS billing services, and it seems to have been renewed for quite a few years now, and I have to wonder if there's been a competitive bidding process for the last few years. As a student at Tulane in the physics department, I can say there's a lot going on in the world of AI and large language models lately, and especially even just down this road at the University of Florida is working on a lot of clinical large language models that really promise to revolutionize the billing space, and people locally are working on them as well. I have my liberty to say that much. So I would hope that the Community Development Committee and the city in the future are forward-looking and maybe want to look at solutions that might lower cost and improve EMS performance. And maybe, in the near future, this won't be the uncompetitive contract it seems to be. I would just urge the city to be forward-looking about AI solutions in this EMS billing space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any public comment online? No public comment online?
Silence is not a solution.
It's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded.
Silence is not a solution. Ceasefire resolution. Silence is not a solution. Ceasefire resolution.
All right.
Silence is not a
Thank you.
Ceasefire
6 yeas, no nays.
Silence is not a solution. Ceasefire resolution. 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 Silence is not a solution. Ceasefire resolution.
All right, Madam Clerk, we can go to the noon item, which is item 21. Councilmember Harris.
We're on top of page 36, a legislative grouping. We have ordinance calendar number 34,596 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition of a portion of square RP 6X Lot A 6A/6B in the First Municipal District bounded by Annunciation Street, Thalia Street, the Pontchartrain Expressway, Chapatula Street, Malpamine Street, municipal address 28726 Malpamine Street. Herein after reference as the portion of square RP-6X by the City of New Orleans from the Ernest M. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, authorizing the dedication of the portion of square RP-6X as a public right-of-way for the relocation of a portion of the Malpamine Street right-of-way located in the First Municipal District between squares RP-6X and RP-5X, bounded by Annunciation and Chapatula Street, hereinafter referenced as the Malpamine Street portion, revoking the street dedication of the Malpamine Street portion, authorizing the transfer of the Malpamine Street portion from the City of New Orleans to Ernest M. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority in exchange for the portion of square RP-6X and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment. Amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,596 by Councilmember Harris. On page 3, in section 3, delete lines 13 through 15 and replace them with the following. Number 2, the street relocation plan must be approved by the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get into it, I'd like to go ahead and move to adopt the amendment. This simply corrects the ordinance for consistency with CPC staff report, providing that DOT approval is required for the street relocation plan. And in this case, the approval already came in form of a letter of compliance. So I'm going to go ahead and move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor?
You need another one, Councilman.
I need one more. And while we're waiting, why don't we have CPC staff come up as well as Jeff Schwartz? All right, so the amendment is passed. Now on to the ordinance as amended. This obviously is an item that's drawn a lot of attention and frankly a lot of misinformation. So let me lay out very clearly the action that's before the council today. The ordinance authorizes a land swap, just like the council approved at last council meeting for Duncan Plaza without any fanfare. Specifically, it authorizes the mayor to exchange about half an acre of the city-owned portion of Melpomene Street right-of-way for half an acre of the state-owned portion of Melpomene Street. And when I say state-owned, that means the convention center. So what we're talking about is two pieces of land with negligible difference in size and cost. CPC, who is here today, recommended approval on the two pieces of the exchange, both the disposition of the city-owned property and the acquisition of the state-owned property. And Bob Rivers is here to speak on that later as we move on. The Department of Property Management, who's also here today, reviewed the exchange and is in support. And that is a charter-required step in the process, and again, they are here today. The purpose of this land swap is to improve traffic flow, which will create pedestrian access and provide an overall benefit for the larger River District development. Because of its ties to the River District, there is a misconception that today's ordinance will effectively determine whether Topgolf will be permitted. That's wrong. Topgolf has already received its building permits from the city last December and is moving forward regardless of our vote today. Furthermore, the land where Topgolf is slated to be built has allowed outdoor amusement facilities as a permitted by right use under the city's zoning laws since at least 2015. And that's why Topgolf felt comfortable enough to lease the property from RD&I. By approving today's land swap, we simply ensure a safer, better designed right-of-way for the general public. And to be clear, I will repeat what I've said many, many times before. My support for the River District, including the Topgolf project, is premised on RD&I's delivery of 900 housing units, 450 of which must be priced at the affordable or workforce level. This is spelled out as a legal requirement of RD&I in many places, including its lease with the convention center, and it's also in the CEA that governs the entire project. On that note, I'm proud to say that leading up to the council's consideration of the Melpomene swap, I took the opportunity to push the developer to renegotiate the CEA we passed back in December. And today we've introduced that revised CEA, which first and foremost will include the city and council as parties. I also doubled down on the affordable housing benefits, and I expect our RD&I development team to deliver those affordable housing units. There will now be a restricted affordable housing reserve account where half of all of RD&I's additional taxes will be deposited and available only to support the 450 units of affordable workforce housing and the infrastructure necessary for that development. And remember that these additional taxes are an additional 2 pennies in sales tax and 2 pennies in hotel occupancy tax on top of all other city and state taxes that apply. For Topgolf, that's estimated to generate $14 million over the next 30 years. And please remember that the entire development that the River District is developing is on state-owned property that has sat empty for over 30 years, generating zero revenue of any kind. I want to thank my colleagues on this council for their contributions on the CEA, which I know we will publicly discuss much more at a future meeting. And before we get back to Melpomene, the matter at hand today, I would like to clarify one thing. Contrary to what has been stated, Topgolf is not receiving city benefits. It has no tax abatement and no TIF. It is on the hook for any and all of its taxes. And again, a percentage of those taxes will go to support affordable housing. Every component of this project has followed legal processes required, and this land swap is no exception. CPC, property management, DPW, safety and permits have conducted every review required by state and city laws and policies. On top of that, I specifically asked the law department and the city council to individually verify that the exchange would be legally sound, and it will be. And I know we have residents from the area here today, and I know that you're disappointed, but that does not determine whether Topgolf is coming to New Orleans. It is. But I will continue to push that corporation to value your quality of life and invest in the neighborhood in the same way all New Orleanians do. I urge the Lower Garden District Association and Topgolf to come to a good neighbor agreement that then can be put into provisos that control that agreement. I've spoken enough right now, so I'd like to turn it over to CPC. Bob, will you go ahead and report on the exchange?
Yes, thank you. My name is Bob Rivers, the Director of the City Planning Commission. The matter before us today is the exchange of a portion of Melpomene Street between Annunciation and Chapatula Streets. For the technical purposes of the City Planning Commission's process, this comes in 2 phases. One is a disposition of city-owned property, and the second is the acquisition of the Convention Center-owned property. The City Planning Commission held a hearing on this matter on, in December. And the City Planning Commission recommended approval of both halves of this matter. I and my staff are here and available for any questions you all might have.
Do any of my fellow city council people have any questions? Okay. With that, I will turn to public comment. We have a lot of cards. I will remind everyone that you must state your name and address, and you are limited to 2 minutes to speak. If you go over that 2 minutes, I will urge you to wrap up. And because we have a lot of cards, we are sticking to that 2 minutes. So first up is Zach Smith. Okay, no Zach Smith. Matt Smith.
Good afternoon, Council President, as well as fellow council members. I am Matt Smith, Senior Director of Real Estate for Topgolf. On behalf of over 30,000 Topgolf associates, I am thankful to be before you today. We are very proud and very committed to be the initial anchor of the River District project. I am speaking obviously in support of today's ordinance, which is to realign Melpomene Street, which again ensures good traffic flow and pedestrian safety once Topgolf opens. This ordinance is further supported by a traffic study, and that traffic study has been reviewed and approved by New Orleans Department of Public Works and has also received a certificate of compliance from LA DOTD. As the initial anchor of the River District project, we will be bringing an investment of over $40 million in the construction of our venue. During the construction and development phase, we plan on networking with hosting local job fairs to bring in over 400 good-paying jobs. Those jobs provide full health benefits, retirement plans, and education benefits. During the operation of the venue, we estimate that Topgolf New Orleans will generate an additional $30 million in sales and real estate taxes over a 10-year period, and we will be paying a market rent for the land that we lease. Additionally, Topgolf invests in our local communities under our Driving for Good community platform. Some early connections have already been made to include conversations with the First Tee of New Orleans, Raphael's Village, Son of Saint, and Early Partners Learning Center. In addition, Topgolf provides discounts to first responders and to members of the military, as well as offering free usage of the tee line.
Matt, that's your time.
For local residents. I'm sorry, for local youth organizations.
That's your time. Thank
Thank you.
you. Sissy LaForge, followed by George Brower.
Good morning. I'm Sissy LaForge, and I'm head of school at St. Michael's Special School. And I'm just here to voice our support of the positive economic development in our area. You may not know this, but our school has been a part of that community since 1965. So I have not seen all the changes over the years, but we've had many of them. So we support this. We believe it'll improve our public safety. We support the traffic flow improvements in our area. And most importantly, we appreciate the opportunity for our students to enter the job market by having low entry jobs by the development in our area. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. George Brower, followed by Lindsay Pellerin.
George Brower. Thank you, Council, for hearing. I'm very much for this project. We have property at 634 and 633 Orange Street, and we have supported this community and invested in it, and I think this will do a great job of building our city and getting revenues that we desperately need and jobs. I'm for it, and I've known Louis Lauricella for 45 years. He's a good man. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Pellerin, followed by Andrew Yon.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lindsay Pellerin, residing at 1427 Polymnia Street. I'm currently the Vice President and Parks Chair of the Lower Garden District Association. The President, Arthur Sorokin, is unable to attend today, but he echoes our concerns. The Board of the Lower Garden District has voted to oppose RDNI and City Council's proposed ordinance of the Melpomene land swap on the Topgolf parcel. Our concerns have been brought to the attention of City Council in correspondence in September of 2022, and more recently on March 2nd and April 2nd. A few of our concerns include a lack of transparency and rushed permitting process, where typically the required steps that they would have to go through were bypassed with the text amendment, depriving both concerned constituents and City Council their right to weigh in on the project. Second, unresolved traffic issues related to Port Nola and DOTD in an already congested traffic area with very weak streets. Third, the lack of environmental impact studies in an urban setting for the sound level, lighting, and avian issues. Fourth, a lack of committed funding for the housing past Topgolf's contribution, which is the significant reason that the city and its supporters have backed this project. Lastly, Topgolf would be towering over the city's landmarks with over a dozen 175-foot poles connected by nets, blasting music, lit up brightly until after 2 a.m. on weekends. Now it would be wedged into a residential neighborhood so close to housing they are literally attaching the lighting onto an apartment building and its parking structure, while also requiring a street to be moved just so they can bury this venue on the parcel. This is not the right place for a business like this, especially where the quality of life of the existing community in the area is not being considered. New Orleans used to be protective of historic neighborhoods, and this project flies in the face of that, especially in one of the city's most nationally recognized historic neighborhoods.
Lindsay, that's your time. Thank you. Andrew Yan, followed by Michael Eric Burnside.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Yan. I live at 1532 Camp Street for the last 22 years. I'm a member and former president of the Lower Garden District Association. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for meeting with us, me and a couple of my colleagues over the last several weeks. That meant a lot to us to get a chance to make our case to you prior to our 2-minute time slot today. A big problem in the world today is that people can't seem to agree on basic facts. So here's a fact, and it is indisputable. RD&I put a 175-foot height provision in the text amendment, but did not tell anyone it was for Topgolf until after the text amendment passed, and we have demonstrated that in our letters to you and the information we posted online. They say otherwise, that the correct process was followed and that they did everything they were supposed to, and we are spreading misinformation. This is called projection, and RD&I does it a lot. Projection is where you take your own flaws and you project them onto your adversary and call them their flaws. Our information is solid. The facts are on our side. We are the truth tellers here. Because we are telling the truth, many people and neighborhood organizations around the city are on our side. These people, including many of your constituents, agree with us that good process leads to better results and bad process leads to bad results. Most agree that Topgolf on the edge of a historic neighborhood is a bad result. RD&I did what developers must learn in developer school. Keep your controversial stuff quiet as long as possible. They have succeeded in that using every trick in the book. So here we are today with our first genuine chance to have our voice heard and affect the outcome of this project. Please hold RD&I accountable, force them, persuade them, require them to follow good process. Do not give them what they want today. Use today to start giving yourselves and the citizens a meaningful voice in this process. Please vote to oppose the Melpomene land swap.
Thank you, Andrew. Michael Eric Burnside, followed by Janine Stevens.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. 2 minutes is not a lot of time, so I'm just going to hit the high points. The Superdome came into the city, and it's a very illustrative example of how agreements change over time. Before 2000, the Superdome gave some money to the city. After 2000, the Superdome did not give any more money to the city. I do not doubt that at the beginning, the additional revenues will exist and flow into a fund, but I doubt that that will actually last through the entirety of the process. The next thing I want to mention casually is that if pedestrian safety is an issue here, a long time ago, I sent an email highlighting how the University of Arizona has an underground pedestrian walkway that allows its students to safely traverse a very dangerous, high-speed interior city highway. If safety is the issue, then an underground, beautiful, large, wide pedestrian access tunnel isn't really a tunnel. It's basically turning what would be Tchoupitoulas here into a bridge, should be built. And yes, it will cost more money, but it will also be extremely safe for pedestrians. The next thing I want to hit on is April 10th. I've been told that April 10th is when the meeting for the Louisiana Housing Corporation is going to happen as to whether there is actually going to be state money involved in the affordable housing component of RD&I as promised to us. This is April 4th. It would seem to me wisdom to have delayed this vote until after April 10th. It's one thing to receive a letter from the Louisiana Department of Transportation. It would be additionally good to receive a letter from the Louisiana Housing Corporation that says, yes, in fact, there is money for these dreams. The dreams in question, it's a yellow light, are workforce housing, which will provide housing at 120% of AMI. There is no known to me contractual obligation for any affordable housing, which of course is 80% of AMI.
That's your time. Thank you. Colin Helfstein, followed by Susan Johnson. Colin? All right, he's in opposition. Susan Johnson.
Susan Johnson. I'm here representing Louisiana Landmark Society, speaking on behalf of Sandra Stokes, Advocacy Chair. The address is 1440 Moss. Excuse me. Louisiana Landmark Society stands with the Lower Garden District in opposing the move of Melpomene to make room for Topgolf. Please do not give away a public street for a private profit endeavor that will permanently mar the Lower Garden District. Moving a street should be performed only for the public good, not to benefit a commercial concern, and proper public process is imperative. We ask that the council defer this issue, please, until the Section 106 process regarding this project is complete and all information is on the table. We need to understand impacts of sound, light, and traffic on the adjacent historic neighborhood, and safety impacts of bright lights facing the interstate and ramps. Prior to this vote to swap Melpomene, an appraisal must be performed to ensure equal value of the exchange. We see no evidence this has happened. It should also be made public and vetted by the city and the community. We also oppose the deeply flawed development process that has brought us to this point. A project this enormous, so disruptive to the community, deserves maximum scrutiny and discussion. Instead, the process lacks transparency and opportunities for community dialogue. It began with the first NPP, when neighbors were shown a pretty picture of affordable housing and amenities that included a grocery and retail. Topgolf facility with its 175-foot poles, netting, accompanying lighting, is well suited to a suburban industrial setting. It definitely should not be located next to low-scale
Susan, that's your time.
Residential community like the Lower Garden District. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Ryan, followed by Jamie Mueller. Matt Ryan.
Good morning. I'm Matt Ryan. I live at 1017 UTERP. I've been a banker for 30 years in my other life when I wasn't a bumbling neighborhood activist. And I've been trying to figure out this deal, how big-time developers can come in and pitch a deal with affordable housing, an African-American museum, and then a grocery store, and then leverage that into a text amendment that gives them all their zoning. And then as soon as they get that text amendment, say, oops, sorry, it's really gonna be a Topgolf, but it's a surprise, that's cool. And you know, there are two kinds of lies. They're lying by commission and lying by omission. And I don't wanna start a theological debate, but, and also, there's not really any funding for the African American Museum. Sorry, but it seems like that behavior would make people not trust you, and it still didn't make sense. And I was thinking, why is this happening? And then it hit me. They can't afford this, and they knew that from the beginning. There was no way that they were going to be able to start off with affordable housing, but they said they were going to anyway. They want to do this like that 80s infomercial, buy real estate with no money down. That's what these guys are doing. And it's like they're turning the city of New Orleans into the special man. It's terrible. And I would like y'all to please vote against this land swap, because past behavior will tell you that this affordable housing deal is not happening. They've had two opportunities to do it so far, and they haven't done it. And in banking, we're real big.
That's your time.
With balance sheets.
Jamie Mueller, followed by Katie Grace Bauer. Jamie Mueller.
you hear me? Council members, Jamie Mueller, 1118 Orange Street. It's telling that the River District developers' natural instinct is to accuse regular New Orleanians of misinformation and wanting the city to fail. Sure, us regular schlubs want to volunteer for countless hours just to work against our own self-interest and tear down the city and stop progress. Give me a break. The community speaking out against the Topgolf are the only people demanding the affordable housing immediately. Affordable housing that was presented to go in this parcel from the beginning. So the River District developers must stop with their straw man arguments because we can all see through it, and I'm sure you all at the City Council are tired of their gaslighting as well. If the public is wrong about something, if we're not fully actualized to their grand plan, then that merely proves our point that the community outreach has been non-existent. I cite their lack of a single post on social media about any NPP, not one. Their social media outreach has been abysmal right up until they started feeling the heat from the public. Personally, I don't know how any serious person can claim that a Topgolf is either the best use of 12 acres of prime public land or that it's a Topgolf that must save the city of New Orleans. But if the River District developers are holding some great insight into why their wild assessments are correct, they should have been forthright with the community from the beginning in March of 2022 and hashed it out through a transparent process, since apparently a Topgolf is always what they intended to build. Instead, they bait and switched us. The River District developers chose to play sleight of hand and they were caught. And now we can't trust them. And RD&I, the leader of a multi-billion-dollar development, is still trying to silence the public's opinion and questions and concerns. And in a world where the Hard Rock tragedy happened, no less. But the River District cannot delete these comments. Council, you have the power to stop their intellectual dishonesty, hit pause, and drag this project into the light to provide the scrutiny it deserves. Because if it passes now, the River District's legacy will always be based on their snowballing lies. So please vote no.
Katie Grace Bauer, followed by Gary Solomon. Katie Grace. She's in support. Gary Solomon.
Good morning. Thank you, each of you, for listening to all these comments today. I need you to know that, my involvement in the civic city here in our town has been forever. And when I have no contact, no relationship, no business relationship with anyone involved in this, I have to tell you, in November 2019, I moved my corporate office to Dallas because of the lack of being able to get the business people who I needed to come here to work for me to come here. When I saw this project, I thought it was the best thing I have seen for New Orleans since Katrina, when the opportunities we had then. Topgolf is just one piece of it, and I do know in other cities, Topgolf is a big draw for tourists, especially those that are having conventions. I happen to know the owner of Topgolf over in Dallas when he first started it, the first one. So any sign that I see that says that we're not open for business in New Orleans bothers me, because I think people watch, people know. The people with money are thriving in Nashville's and Charlotte's and those cities. So I got involved and spoke up very heavily in favor of the River District because I want to see the business community and those who are willing to invest their money in our town to be appreciated, not to be given anything, but to be appreciated and to be able to show that they can do business in New Orleans. So I thank you for listening today, and I hope that you support Topgolf and the whole River District.
Thank you. Todd James, followed by Louis Lauricella.
Thank you, council members. Good morning. I'm Todd James with Broadmoor LLC, a part of the development team with River District Neighborhood Investors. I'm here as an agent on behalf of the Convention Center. Mr. Sawai is here, the head of the Convention Center. And as a manager of the infrastructure package for our development, I'm here to answer any questions and provide info on this vote on this matter. First, thank you all for your consideration on the land swap today. For the city and the Convention Center to reroute Melpomene Street and to better align it with Tchoupitoulas and its inherent improvement of traffic flow and at an intersection as a part of our overall River District development. I want to assure you and the public we have made our way through all of our proper planning in coordination with authorities that have jurisdiction. In making sure that we satisfied all of those requirements. In particular, we have commissioned the traffic studies necessary for this measure. Considering input from all of our appropriate stakeholders, including Public Works, DOTD, the Convention Center, the Port, and our neighbors with Tulane University. As a result of these extensive coordination points with the Planning Commission and Public Works, we believe we have devised the appropriate plan where rerouting Melpomene Street will not only benefit the involvement of our development, improving traffic flow, alignment of vehicular access and walkability, but most importantly, protecting what is considered to be an offset of how these vehicles can impact Annunciation Street to the lakeside of our development. With this in mind, I do ask for you all to vote in favor of the land swap, and again, I'm here if you guys have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Louis Laricella, followed by Quentin Marks.
Good afternoon. I'm Louis Laricella, co-managing member of River District Neighborhood LLC. I want to thank each of you on the council and each of your staff members for working diligently with our team over the past few months. We are pleased to be in partnership with you as we advance development plans for the River District. And I thank each of you for your commitment and opportunity for us to get to this point. I would especially like to give a big shout out to Councilmember Harris, who brokered the agreement for the city to be part of the CEA that governs the bonding and taxing authority over the district. We recognize that this was a critical step to establish a true partnership between the city and the River District team. As we work directly with each of you towards this end, I trust we have demonstrated an abundance of goodwill throughout. Our team remains steadfast in its commitment to a better New Orleans as we realize our vision for the River District, because it offers a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our city. I am hopeful you will approve the land swap that is before you today, as this accommodation will help ensure that the end user can achieve its desired potential and thereby provide significant financial, employment, and social dividends to the people of New Orleans. Our project managers intentionally planned the rerouting of Melpomene Street in close coordination with the appropriate city and state departments to accomplish the best possible plans for the development and to allow optimum traffic flow for neighbors and businesses. Finally, I want to recognize and applaud the support of New Orleans Chamber of Commerce, New Orleans and Company, GNO Inc., and the New Orleans Business Alliance. Thank you for your consideration of our project plans and support for this transformational project.
Quentin Marks. Quentin Marks, followed by Kevin Ferguson.
Quentin Marks. Thank you, Council. I'll keep my comments short. Having been born and raised in New Orleans, I've seen this land lay vacant my whole life. This is the start of a transformative project that will truly benefit the city of New Orleans and its residents. Thank you all.
Thank you. Kevin Ferguson, followed by David Waller.
Good afternoon, council members. Kevin Ferguson, representing New Orleans and Company, 2020 St. Charles Avenue. We submitted a letter of support co-authored with NOLA BA, Greater New Orleans Incorporated, as well as the New Orleans Chamber. We have Sandra Lundquist here. I know Peter Wagner's here as well from GNO Inc. And I just want to read a few comments from that letter for everybody here. Greater New Orleans Inc., New Orleans and Company, New Orleans Business Alliance, and New Orleans Chamber of Commerce's missions all converge at the intersection of creating a city and a region with a thriving economy and an excellent quality of life for everyone. One of the ways we achieve this is by attracting businesses that will employ our future workforce and drive our economy forward. In this vein, we write to you to underscore the importance and value of the River District for New Orleans and express our support for Topgolf as a partner in the development. Central to our advocacy for the River District is the project's commitment to affordable housing in close proximity to major job centers. By introducing 900 multifamily residences, 450 of which are designated as affordable housing, we address a critical need, ensuring that our growth includes everyone and contributes to a more equitable community. I know the council here as well is dedicated to improving affordable housing in New Orleans. Councilmember Harris, I know we've been working for quite a while to address homelessness in the city. I think a lot about that Tchoupitoulas encampment. I think about the 1,500 people in our community that are unhoused. And those units and additional units that are coming online will help support that. I also think about a tragic incident that happened in the power plant a couple of years ago where a young man died. A young man that graduated from the same high school I went to. We have to bring these areas back into commerce. We have to develop it. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Thank you. David Waller, followed by Peter Wagoner.
So thank you, Councilman. I'm just a citizen here in town and just calling to thank you for your time today. And I'm here to ask for your support for this land swap. All I would say is that I've had a chance to travel many places in my life and go to many conventions. In a lot of cases where you go to travel cities, Vegas is a good example, there's a Topgolf place that's walkable from where you are. And I think that's one of the key aspects of this is that it makes the venue attractive to companies that want to come here to hold a convention. And that's a big part of our success here in New Orleans is our convention business. So having this to me is a key piece of that puzzle. And I would think that it should be something that the community would support because if you look at what's been there for the last 20 years, it's a truck marshaling yard. So why you would want a truck marshaling yard in your backyard for 20 years versus a lovely green space? It may have fence around it, but it's been a truck marshaling yard for 20 years. This is a significant improvement and will help New Orleans attract other conventions that want to come here. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Peter Wagoner, followed by MX Turner.
Hi, council members. Thank you. Peter Wagoner, Greater New Orleans, Inc., 1100 Porges Street. GNO Inc., the Regional Economic Development Organization for the 10 parishes of Southeast Louisiana, is supportive of this ordinance and all efforts to advance the River District. We recognize the River District as a generational economic development opportunity that will be the largest private non-energy project in the history of our state. The mixed-use development will bring together office, residential, commercial, and amenities like Topgolf, while investing in infrastructure and stormwater management that make the new neighborhood a new national model for resilience and workforce access. As you know, the River District has committed to providing affordable workforce housing that will aid workforce access and economic mobility. Topgolf itself is fostering partnerships with organizations to engage workforce and underserved youth. As a whole, the River District will be invaluable in reestablishing New Orleans as a destination for young professionals who are seeking corollary mixed-use living environments to their peers in thriving metros, currently like DC, Austin, and Nashville. This cluster and proximity of talent and activity will be a boon to attracting and retaining headquarters, as evidenced by the Shell development, and have ripple effects that benefit economic outcomes across our city and region. So we thank you for your consideration of this project and its economic impact at this critical intersection for investment in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. MX Turner.
MX Turner, 1628 North Dupree Street, the Fairgrounds neighborhood. I'm here representing New Orleans. I'm here representing other neighborhoods that will get this done to them. Ms. Harris, I'm talking. I'm talking. Do you? Do you hear us? Because you gloated about how this is a done deal, council member, that this is a done deal, which gives rise to the question, why are any of us talking? I have notes, and I'll put it on the record, but if you're proud of the fact this is already a done deal with you doing the doneness, it seems like a kabuki show here. Here are my notes. First of all, it was a study done of traffic, done by the developer. You know, I read comic books when I was a kid, but I knew they were fake. You know, the playbook that these suits are using to get you to go along with the deal is like one of those comic books. They will not come through, and you know this. You know this to be the case. Bringing young professionals here, that's one of the deals. What about black masking Indians? What about people in the lower ninth? What about people in the east? You know, they're not going to see the benefits of this. Tax breaks for an office building for Shell? That doesn't help anybody but Shell. They're in a perfectly fine office building right now. Affordable housing to who? And by the time it gets built, for who? I want you to think about that. I want all of you to think about that. I don't, the developer, do you really think that this is the best juice? River District people? Do you? Never mind, you're just going to lie to us anyway. I don't want to hear your answer. People don't come to New Orleans to hit golf balls off of a 175-foot netted platform. They come to New Orleans for what New Orleans is. And I'm just going to say, I have a lot of notes, but I'm just going to tell you one thing. You're gaslighting us with this whole idea that this was an open process. You're gaslighting us with the idea that this is for the people of New Orleans. You're gaslighting us with the idea that this is what New Orleans is about.
That's your
and
time.
those gaslights are 175 feet up in the air.
That's your time. Janine Stevens. Janine Stevens. Janine Stevens.
Hi, can y'all hear me okay? Okay, thank you. My name is Jean Stevens. I live at 1370 Constant Street. I'm currently the Lower Garden District Association Treasurer, and I've been involved with the organization since 2014. I live in the Lower Garden District, and I support economic development. I oppose the land swap because the characteristics of this project, as described by the River District developers, don't line up. Also, because there has been no critical scrutiny by city agencies for such a highly impactful project in a historic neighborhood. I'm going to read some quotes from the River District's February 2022 video presentation. Tara Hernandez, we are creating a new New Orleans neighborhood that will have its own distinctions, but be representative of the characteristics and traditions of our great New Orleans. Peter Merwin, there's an intimacy to the scale of New Orleans that we're very much interested in retaining. Video continues. A neighborhood in which the architecture is timeless in character and design to enhance the neighborhood's sense of place and its cultural heritage. A dynamic destination that represents the city's rich cultural heritage while pointing to a bright and innovative future. The future development will be cohesive and consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. This sounds fantastic. What we're actually getting is a Topgolf that is slapped against an apartment building with a driving range view of a highway interstate. I'm not sure what precedent this sets for the future parcels development of the rest of River District, but it doesn't feel, quote, cohesive and consistent with the Lower Garden District, much less bright and innovative. It feels forced and the opposite of thoughtful. Also, if this development in this parcel of land wasn't good enough in 2019, according to Governor Edwards, the developer Joe Yeager, who pulled out of the project, and at the time, District B councilperson Jay Banks, then why is it good enough now? What changed? Because I've been at every community...
That's your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have cards from Cullen Manimus, who's in support, Alex Hernandez, who's in support, Tucker Crawford in support, and Colin Mamas. Colin?
My name's Cullen Momus. I'm the managing director of North Company's local development team, focused on redeveloping blighted properties and putting underused property back into commerce. I am not a part of this development, but similar to what Mr. Solomon said earlier, pay attention to business opportunities and pay attention to what's happening in the city and how it's perceived outside the city from investors and people who are seeing development happen. From my perspective, I think look, what's being said right now is trying to litigate whether or not Topgolf should be here. I think that whether or not it's a desired use or not, it is a business use, and it is something I think that is permitted. And I think this project is going to be transformative. Over the next 20 years, can be one of the greatest projects we've had in the city. I've talked to a number of the developers on the team and understand the thoughtfulness of what's going in. What's at hand right now is a land swap, which I believe everything has been taken into account. And the legalities of what needs to be done. I'm just in full support of this land swap. I hope to see this River District very successful over the next few years. And I hope the impact that we see over the next 20 years is what we're all hoping. So thank you.
Thank you. Angela O'Byrne.
Hello, I'm Angela O'Byrne. I'm a local architect, and I just want to say I'm in favor of this development. I think it's really exciting, and I'd love to see that investment made in the city. I happen to live nearby. I'm in Central City at 2427 Reverend John Raphael Jr. Way, and I play golf, and I'm going to be there if it gets built. Hope you all vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for public comment. Anita, can you read 10 minutes of online public comment, half for those in support and half for those who are opposed? And then the rest will be put on the record.
Sure. Start with opposed. First comment is from Amanda Kraus. She says Topgolf is not needed or wanted in the Lower Garden District. There's another golf place currently being built less than 3 miles away. The tax break and 99-year lease on public land without our consent is shady and takes away money from us and our children. Not having a written timeline for the construction of public affordable housing gives the developers a way to skirt around completing the construction. We want to keep the integrity of our historic neighborhood, and Topgolf is not it. If we had been given a vote, I and my husband would have voted no. Representative Harris has lost all trust by doing this deal behind our back. Next comment is from Amber Votes. If we care about the culture of New Orleans, we will not build a Topgolf. I quote Andrew Yan, if you ask 100 urban planners how to use this property in a way that's good for the community and good for our city and good for historic neighborhood, not a single one would say Topgolf. Next comment is from Calvin Helfenstein. This amendment shouldn't be needed if there was proper planning to begin with. We need to talk about what's really going on with Topgolf's project. It's not just about fake golf and tourism, it's about the heart and soul of the city that we love. Living here is already death by 1,000 cuts. It's not an accident that we're experiencing some of the worst population declines in the country, and issues like this Topgolf fiasco make it impossible to have hope that will ever actually fix our problems. It's not a secret that RDNI, the convention center, and the city are pulling some shady moves behind the scenes. They're not playing fair, and they're definitely not listening to us, the people who actually live here. But let me be clear. We cannot allow our city's unique history and its one-of-a-kind essence to be bought or sold. It must be cherished, protected, and passed down like generations before us have done. Let's be real, New Orleans isn't successful because of tourists and our ability to host massive parties. It's successful because of the neighborhoods, the history, and the people who make it special. But if we keep going down this path, we're going to lose all of that. Do you really want to trade the uniqueness of our city for some quick cash? Do we want to let these out-of-town and out-of-touch Dallas companies call the shots while we are left in the dark and left sitting with the consequences literally for the rest of our lives? We demand the transparency in decision-making and a government that works tirelessly to uplift its residents, not exploit them for short-term gains. Melpomene and the 8 adjacent parallel streets of the Lower Garden District were named after the muses of Greek mythology during the time when urban planning apparently actually meant something. That's it for that time. Camille Chenevet says the River District misled community members, and Topgolf development would cause housing issues and harm to the community. Carrie Clough says, what's happening with Topgolf is illegal. Without a contract of the affordable housing deal available to the public, it doesn't exist. This is a corporate land grab of an historic area that belongs to the New Orleans community. Please rethink this. Next comment is from Krista Rock. The River District has proven to be dishonest many times. The blatant lies surrounding Topgolf and affordable housing are very apparent. They never had any intention of holding to their original promises of a neighborhood, housing, and a grocery store. Now with the land swap, they found loopholes to get out of the MPP neighborhood participation program. They actively limit comments from the community by serving cease and desists to private citizens who voice their opinions and concerns. They block comments on social media and take down websites that speak out against them. Not only are these actions violating First Amendment rights, but it's very clear that they are up to no good. I ask you all to stop this land grab. Build something that benefits our community. Go back to the original plan. The only way we can further New Orleans is by supporting our communities. This will only make the rich richer. Lastly, they continue to make claims that there is a smear campaign and push conspiracy theories that there are forces against them. We are concerned citizens. We are not part of a smear campaign. We are protecting our historic neighborhood. We're not the bad guys. Vote no on Topgolf. The next comment is from Elizabeth Hyde. Topgolf does not belong on the parcel. It is being allocated. The nets will trap birds, and let's be honest, our fire and police services barely have time for their actual jobs. Now they'll have to go retrieve birds from 15-story nets. The lights shine directly on and into people's apartments and at drivers coming off the CCC. I don't see how this isn't considered dangerous with our already terrible driving. Most importantly, this parcel was supposed to be affordable housing, a grocery store, a gym. This swap and essentially gift to Topgolf is ridiculous and not what was presented to the neighborhood. We don't need two of these types of things, and 504 Golf is in the area that makes much more sense. Also, you're going to move a whole street for this. My street and streets on my bike route have been under construction and unusable for months, but you're going to move a street for something no one in the neighborhood will use that caters to the convention crowd. Who pays for this? It better not be our taxes. Do something for the people who will actually live here. Residents are tired of our needs being overlooked for the benefit of tourism. I think that's it on 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
5 minutes for support. We've got, first comment is from Anthony Yorochi, representing, Key Real Estate Company. Dear council members, Key Real Estate Company wholeheartedly supports the proposed ordinance for the acquisition of a portion of Square RP6X, lots 6A and 6B. We firmly believe this ordinance signifies a vital step forward in infrastructure improvements and sets the stage to drive community development. We urge City Council to approve this ordinance promptly, recognizing its potential to drive economic growth and create a more vibrant and accessible city. Chris Berry with the Louisiana Music and Heritage Experience says, Dear council members, my name is Chris Berry. I'm the board chair of the Louisiana Music and Heritage Experience, which I'll refer to as the Experience. Thank you all very much for your amazingly significant support of the Experience's developing museum to help the story of Louisiana music from Congo Square until today. With your support, the Experience has now been able to manifest support at the state level. The Experience is in support of the ordinance and respectfully requests your vote in favor. The Experience is a proposed tenant in the River District development. We, in our first in-class consulting team across multiple disciplines, believe the River District as a whole will have a substantial cultural and economic impact on our community, serving as an engine to promote our future. The ordinance in question will allow for several pieces of the development to progress and operate in sync with the Experience's creation. The Experience will benefit the city with over 700,000 visitors per year, $150 million per year in economic development, 234 jobs paying $60,000 per year on average with benefits, and worldwide recognition of our culture and music. It's key to our success to be located at the foot of the River District development next to the Convention Center and an integral part of the River District. The Experience requests that you vote in favor of this ordinance. The next comment is from Douglas Stokes, who says the city's in dire need of new development. This land swap, which paves the way for the entire River District, represents 1, major increases in property and sales tax revenue, 2, permanent jobs, 3, increased competitiveness of our convention center, and 4, a phase 1 project backed by a large publicly traded company which requires 0 public subsidy. I ask the City Council to consider the alternative to the River District. Vacant, undeveloped land, offering no ad valorem taxes and no benefit to the city. How is that better than a fully developed community with affordable housing, retention of a major employer, entertainment, etc.? The next comment is from Emily Kramer, who says, I support the Topgolf development and therefore support the land swap in order to accomplish said development. Philip Rebo says, I'm in support of the development of the Topgolf development in the River City District. The project is vital to the development of that area and the creation of jobs for the community. Randall A. Smith says, dear members of the council, I'm writing to express my enthusiastic support for the motion introduced by Councilmember Harris regarding the proposed development of the River District. The introduction of Topgolf to the New Orleans market promises to invigorate the local economy by revitalizing a long vacant property in a dynamic and forward-thinking manner. This development is a once thriving, now underutilized area, could be transformative for our city. Like many residents, I'm eager for the new opportunities that this project will bring, including job creation and increased tax revenue. In a community where poverty has been a persistent challenge, the prospect of approximately 400 well-paying jobs for Topgolf is expected to generate is particularly encouraging. Moreover, Topgolf's strategic location in the Montreal Convention Center enhances New Orleans' appeal as a destination for conventioneers. This, coupled with the ongoing renovations at the Convention Center, positions our city as an even more enticing option for tourists and business travelers alike. At a time when cities across the American South are experiencing renewal and revitalization, New Orleans has seen little in the way of new construction, with many noting that the only construction cranes they see in our skyline are buildings, new jail facilities. The development of the River District represents a much-needed injection of vitality. We have already witnessed the transformative impact of World War II museum expansion, which has established a vibrant museum district and become a new crown jewel of our city. It's my sincere hope that we seize the opportunity before us to continue our city's progress and renewal. Supporting the proposed Topgolf development in the River District is a step towards a brighter, more prosperous future for New Orleans and its residents.
All right, Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments today, particularly the comments of the neighbors. I think Mr. Yon, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Pellerin, you all certainly bring up some good points regarding the project as a whole. There have been some comments about the project as a whole, but I just want to make it clear to everyone about what is before us today. So what is before us today isn't really dealing with the project as a whole or other aspects of the project. What's before us today is the land swap and whether what's required for a land swap between two public entities, if those requirements are being met. I can tell you that about 2 weeks ago, I did not think that those requirements were being met, because one of the constitutional mandates in having two public entities swap land is that each parcel of land that is being exchanged needs to be comparable in value. So since that time, I had requested an evaluation of the parcels by an appraiser, and that did come back, and the appraisers are Stiegel, Benton, Melanson, and Associates that did show that both parcels are comparable. So as I look at what is before us today, it does meet the requirements, but that is not to say that there are not, potentially other issues with this proposal as a whole, the project as a whole. I've mentioned some of the previous issues that still need to be worked on. And I am hoping that we do have, as a council, and I've spoken about this publicly as well, a reset with the development team to work more collaboratively together as this moves forward. But once again, before us today is really a very technical matter, similar to what we had roughly 2 weeks ago with the Duncan Plaza exchange. That wasn't about whether or not you support a potential new civic complex or whatever development could come there. It's whether that particular instrument before us met the criteria, and it did 2 weeks ago with Duncan Plaza, and it does today. Thank you.
Any other council members wish to speak? All right. Let me just wrap this bit up by saying this. I believe that the River District is going to be transformative in a positive way. I believe that bringing together retail along with 900 units of new housing along the riverfront, which has sat fallow for 30 years, 450 of which will be affordable and workforce, will be transformative. I believe that the investors who represent a diverse team.
We don't deny any of that. This is about Top Golf.
I believe that you need to be in order. We allowed you to speak. You need to be in order. Thank you. I believe that the diverse team represented by the developers are doing their best to try to build a new development, again, along a riverfront that has sat empty for years. And for that reason, I've supported RD&I, I've supported this development, and as Councilmember Moreno said, this is a technical vote. And so with that, I'm going to move as amended. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 5 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you.
You guys are embarrassing.
People over profit.
This is an illustration exactly why this doesn't work. Because this is our first time to speak in public about this bullshit.
Andrew, it actually is not your first time speaking in public about this, so don't act like it is.
Listen to your constituents.
None of you.
Council members, we're now going to go back to page 12. We have ordinance calendar number 34,615. By Councilmember Giarrusso. An ordinance.
Wait, I got it. Hey, excuse me. We have a council meeting still. Please take your business outside the chambers. We need to conduct business for the rest of everything that's on the agenda. Thank you.
We're on the top of page 12, ordinance calendar number 34,615 by Councilmember Giarrusso. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 4 and 18 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4,264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments, to establish a new overlay district named the University Area Design Overlay, the intent of which is to provide design advisory committee review for new residentially zoned structures or major renovations or expansions of residentially zoned structures located in the university area. For all properties located in the area generally bounded by South Claiborne Avenue in the north, Nashville Avenue in the east, St. Charles Avenue in the south, and South Carrollton Avenue in the south, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 8923, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Giarrusso. Number 1, on page 3, line 71, in table 4-2, develop plan and design review thresholds, add an X in the CPC director approval and DAC recommendation column and remove the X in the CPC director approval column. That is the amendment.
I'm going to move on the amendment, seconded by Councilmember King. We need one more member for a quorum. waiting on, yeah, we're waiting on at least 2 more. We need one more. I mean, I said it 3 times. Not for you, like, okay. I knew Leslie's not here, but. We need at least one more. We need one more member for the vote. Thank you. Hang on, council member, because we'll be real quick on the ordinance, if you don't mind. I'll move for approval of the ordinance as amended. Second by Councilmember King. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if we can, I know.
Wait.
Go ahead.
What?
You finished, Joe?
You finished? I had something coming up, but what you got?
Wait, council members.
What you need? Madam Clerk has something.
Okay, so we haven't voted on the ordinance as amended
We
yet.
just did. We did both.
Okay.
We did both. I got you, ma'am.
Do your thing. I'm gonna give somebody 2 minutes of personal care. What you doing? All right, Mr. Allen, with the Marcus Garvey Association, I'm going to allow you 2 minutes of personal privilege to address the council, but it has to be just 2 minutes. Respect everyone's time. So we're going to give you 2 minutes, and I don't want to be disrespectful if it goes over. I will have to cut you off at 2 minutes.
As always, my name is Albert Stewart Clark. I'm always here representing 3 groups. One of them is neighborhood unit. One of them is merge, mobilization, racism, and government everywhere. Other is the POCC, Prison Conscience Committee. Again, we sent you a letter, the letter was dated for March the 7th. We didn't see it on the agenda, and so we was concerned about, whether or not, y'all received it. And we definitely like to, in a sense, did everybody have a copy of it? Did you give everybody a copy of it? Oh, yeah. It's from the Marcus Garvey Committee. Again, we are organizing, reorganizing the Marcus Garvey Committee. Prior to Hurricane America, we was up and running. Since then, we've been down, but we're trying to reorganize it right now. We definitely we know that there's been a move afoot to redevelop the Riverwalk. Marcus Garvey was arrested, around 1925, jail on trumped-up charges by Ed Edgar Hoover. Eventually, he was, given a pardon, and he was deported, back to Jamaica. He left from New Orleans, and we definitely like to, see if we can get a plaque placed, on the Riverwalk, honoring, his departure from, New Orleans, Louisiana, in addition to some other stuff, But anyhow, y'all got the letter, and we appreciate that y'all respond to it.
Mr. Clark.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go to the top of page 38. We have ordinance calendar number 34,612 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance number 29,737 MCS entitled an ordinance providing a capital budget for the year 2024 to effect the following change to the 2024 capital budget: to de-appropriate funds from the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the New Orleans Health Department, the New Orleans Fire Department, and the New Orleans Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control, the New Orleans Public Library, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, and Stormwater and Green Infrastructure. To appropriate funds to the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Parks and Parkway, the Department of Property Management, the Department of Public Works, the Department of Sanitation, the New Orleans Fire Department, the New Orleans Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Department, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, and Stormwater and Green Infrastructure, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Number 1, on page 3, in the last whereas paragraph, insert the following new paragraph prior to the phrase Now therefore, and whereas upon the adoption of the amendment to this ordinance, an additional $8 million in repurposed 2021 bond funds on active projects and 2004 and 2005 bond funds from completed projects will be appropriated for the Sewage and Water Board power station. Number 2, on page 4, line 23, delete the figure $11,807,075 and replace with $6,837,384. Number 3, on page 4, line 24, delete the figure $1,171,928 and replace with $4,105,361. Number 4, on page 4, following line 25, the following new line 60076 bridges, $2,036,259, and renumber all subsequent lines accordingly. On page 5, on page 4, line 29, new line numbers. Delete the figure $21,488,313 and replace with $21,488,314. Number 6, on page 5, line 74, new line numbers. Delete the figure $39,686,783 and replace with $39,686,784. Number 7, on page 9, line 186, new line numbers. Delete the figure $69,410,144 and replace with $69,410,143. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The primary focus of this amendment is to award Sewage and Water Board the $8 million that we discussed here during Tuesday's meeting for the substation. I also want to take this opportunity to do something a little bit different, which is to comment on some pending legislation at the state. And I know some of my colleagues may want to weigh in as well. As I read HB 941, it is 100% a takeover of Sewage and Water Board. Let's just look at the language as my law school professor used to urge me to do. It says, Part 1, the reformative entity for New Orleans Panel, referred to in this section as panel, is hereby created, here's the operative language, to assume the responsibilities of the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a takeover. No, the next part, 2A, the public water system, the public sewage system, and the public drainage system of the City of New Orleans shall be constructed, controlled, maintained, and operated by the panel. That is a takeover. Next line, Part B, under Part 2. The panel may exercise any and all powers and duties granted to the board by or under Louisiana law. That is also a takeover. I say all this because we have been very clear as a council that the thing that we are concerned about the most is that we have all of the accountability but little of the authority. And we are constantly being called upon to fund projects for Sewage and Water Board to make sure that the residents have clean drinking water, power that works, and that there aren't wild sewer breaks as well. I will say this, I am going to vote for the $8 million right now, and I know that the $13 million is supposed to come later, but if there is a vote by the state to take over and take away the Sewage and Water Board completely, as is proposed in this bill, that $13 million I will have grave reservations forwarding, given the fact that the city will no longer have any control whatsoever. I know the board is lit up before we vote. Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you. I echo many of my colleagues' sentiments, but I want to be even more specific. When you look at the takeover proposed by the task force, the actual takeover by the task force is less all-encompassing than what is proposed in this bill. This bill basically just replaces the Sewage and Water Board with all the powers and responsibilities it has with a state-appointed panel. That is not a recovery district. That's a step beyond a recovery district. It's just a replacement board with state officials. But I want to go one step further. There is an emphasis throughout this legislation on having essentially an accounting of past judgments. There's specific language in there that talks about how essentially there'll be an audit going to see what all the judgments are pending against the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board. This gives me grave concern, and let me tell you why. The New Orleans Sewage and Water Board and the City of New Orleans both have an incredible backlog of past due judgments. And this is a problem that exists in both bodies that must be resolved in a holistic way. Councilman Giarrusso has been on a point of this, talking about potentially bond sales and the like. To create a new sewage and water board, a state board, that is getting an itemized list of past judgments with ultimate authority to do anything that it seeks to do with the authority vested in it, seems to state there will be a particular effort to pay past due judgments. That is not normally a bad thing if you have a holistic solution to paying past due judgments. However, the only revenue of the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board is rates and millages. That's it. And those rates and millages go towards the ongoing operations of the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board. When the obligations exceed those rates and millages, you see things like today where they go, we need $8 million of $21 million to get this substation up, which is a priority for this council and for citizens to not flood. I echo what Councilmember Giarrusso already said, in that it does not make sense for this council to obligate itself to give $13 million more to a state panel that will be fixated on settling past judgments when that $13 million is to build a substation. It does not, I do not want to de-emphasize the fact judgments should be paid, but right now it's about drainage, preventing flooding, and protecting the livelihood and lives of people in the city of New Orleans. You cannot prioritize paying past judgments off of protecting businesses and lives. And should this panel ever come into existence, we could never trust them with $13 million without, based upon what's in front of us, that they will in fact prioritize lives over past judgments. So I echo the chairman's statements. I support everything he's saying, and what's really disheartening in this conversation is that when we have bills like Senator Harris's and Representative Hilferty's, where everyone on the state and local level have come together to focus on what we agree on, you have this outlier bill that simply exists to create discord and conflict. Because I have yet to find anyone other than the author and maybe the co-author that support this bill. Of the people that have been having the arguments, the fights, the disagreements, and the settlements on the future of Sewage and Water Board, none of them want this. It's a dangerous distraction, and I call upon the legislature, I call upon the author to take this off the table so we can focus on the things of which there is agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Giarrusso for his comments, and I can say it in my calm voice. This issue in the matter of billing is really a red herring. And for the media and the press here, what we need the state to be is a partner, not a predator. If the state wants to work with the city of New Orleans, it would be better served if they would work with us to improve infrastructure, to improve our standing in this community. And then for folk, if they didn't know, and the press isn't going to report this, for the reporters who are here, the American Association of Society of Civil Engineers gives the state a D in terms of how they take care of and deal with our infrastructure. So why would you give a D student an A system? Why would you give a state that fails in most infrastructure categories, members of the press? Well, probably because, Councilmember Giarrusso, the reason why they focus on the takeover, that's probably the sexiest thing. Not to talk about how a state that fails in its own infrastructure
with 15% of the state's water systems that are actually failing. They don't tell you that. Sean Wilson's own report about the inability to have resources to take care of our infrastructure. They won't tell you that. Yeah, we want the state's help. Yeah, we want to partner with the state. But I think it would be better served that if the state would work hard to improve its standing as it relates to its infrastructure, improve its standing as it relates to its systems, improve its standing as it relates to its water systems before it starts taking on systems in other communities that actually fare better in the rating than theirs. And that's not because I say it, that's because if you look at the grading system in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
In Councilman Thomas's and my district, there are right now 3 bridges out. The Seabrook Bridge, the Almanasta Bridge, which is controlled by a state agency, and also the Chef Pass Bridge, which is just exclusively in Councilman Thomas's agency, district. There is raw sewage flowing into the backs of yards in St. Tammany Parish.
Bridges are actually in your district. I cross
right on the line. Right on the line. Well, the Almanasta, for example, it goes right down the line. The bottom line is that very near to my district and in my district and very near to Councilman Thomas's district, but also in his district, there are 3 bridges out right now which are a problem because they're controlled by the state of Louisiana or an agency of the state of Louisiana. It's an example of the difficulty in controlling infrastructure needs. We also have raw sewage flowing into St. Tammany Parish ditches. We also have rate increases that have been announced in Jefferson Parish of 20 years for what? Infrastructure improvements because of the crumbling infrastructure. There's nothing inherently wrong with New Orleans that we can't get things done that other people have done. What we ignore sometimes is the fact that there are problems throughout our state. I have not heard yet with all of these proposals as to the funding source that's going to make available the millions, and it may be $1 billion that is needed to address crumbling pipes under our streets and to get the pumping capacity raised and other issues like that. It is fair for us to ask, since we're being put on the spot as regulators, and we are not really regulators. The Sewage and Water Board was created by the state of Louisiana and is governed by mostly state law. It's fair for us to ask, well, if we were going to support something like this, just say maybe in support of our ratepayers here, what are you going to do to make money or to make money available for these projects that need to be done so that we can achieve efficiencies? The political thought of a takeover, the language, the rhetoric that's being used, is not satisfying a great concern. What is going to change that makes resources available? We've been asked as a city council to be in charge of whether or not we're going to increase rates or we're going to let them stay the same. And obviously, in the midst of all of the challenges, we've done the things that our citizens have asked for. Keep rates stable until we get our situations together relative to billing and stopping some of the flooding. I think that the city council has done a job that is very honestly a yeoman's job in working with our citizens and staying in contact with them, helping to resolve some of these issues. The main thing that I want to say is the rhetoric relative to state takeover and not talking about the hundreds of millions of dollars that are needed for infrastructure has got to stop. The city council is willing to meet with anyone who wants to talk to us about reasonable measures to enhance the Sewage and Water Board, but I hope that the media and our citizens will ask the questions of the state that need to be asked. In the task force report, it suggested measures of quote-unquote takeover, but there was a suggestion that there needs to be a look at ratepayers in terms of where the resources are going to come from to make these changes that have to be made. Keep those things in mind. Where's the money going to come from if there even were a takeover to get things like the substation done and the infrastructure work done that needs to be done?
Councilmember Giarrusso, just in 30 seconds to put layman's concept terms and translation on what you're saying. You can put lipstick on a pig, but you still can't make us believe it's Beyonce.
Councilmember Morell, you want to come back after that one? All right. I'm gonna move on just the amendment.
Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry. You told me before we vote. Yes, Madam Clerk, we need to make one little correction to how it was read in.
In the amendment, number 6. On page 5, line 74, new line numbers, delete the figure 39,686,783 and replace with 39,686,784.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that clarification. I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Green. Members, please vote your machines. I think I need one more.
No, you got 5.
We got 5? I thought we had 6.
It hasn't, what?
One,
We have 6
three.
people here, but
There's 6
mine
people.
didn't come up, so yay.
Oh, yeah, okay. Councilmember Green's yay. All right. Mr. Burnside wants to make a comment. Let him do that. The only thing I want to stress is if anybody has any questions, Kyle is here to answer them. This capital budget is not only representative of what the administration wanted, but all of our work collectively about needs that people presented in their districts. And so I want to thank each of my colleagues to my right, and I got that right this time, Councilmember Morrell, I know my right from my left, that who really worked hard to make sure that they asked for specific items for their districts and that those items are about to be included in what we're going to vote on. Mr. Burnside?
I have a strange request. Councilperson Thomas, may I have 1 minute of personal privilege to talk about Sewage and Water Board before I start talking about the actual calendar number 34612?
You know, we got 9 council members. You're the 8th. I'll give you anything you need.
Thank you very much, sir. I won't ask who the 9th is. For 1 minute on Sewage and Water Board, I want to mention a couple of things, one of which is I agree with Councilman Thomas with regards to the water systems throughout the state. There was a newspaper article several years ago pointing out that the entire state is full of particularly small towns that just don't have functioning water systems anymore. And we won't mention Jackson, Mississippi, because it's not in Louisiana. Next, I want to mention that I actually find myself in agreement with Councilman Green. The idea that we're going to fix this requires us to discuss publicly revenue streams. Where is it going to come from? Who's going to pay for it? And how does that look? I know that puts me in a very embarrassing position. I'm going to turn red here in a moment. As far as the rest of it, I'm a little more evil than you are. I believe in the Chinese curse. If you have an enemy, give him what he asks for. So I think that chews up my 1 minute on the Sewage and Water Board. As far as calendar number 34612, so I'm going to rely on my memory, which is probably going to embarrass me. But I did read this a while ago, and if I remember correctly, which I may not and can be corrected, it's shifting around like $109 million plus or minus, $10 million here or there, which really makes my life difficult because I try to follow kind of sort of like where the money goes because allegedly the money matters. And it would be really good at some point if the council would ask the administration for an end-of-year budget spent report. So at the very beginning of the year, we go through the politics and the anguish of figuring out a budget, and people come in here and get depressed because they did not get money for their favorite whatever, and then they go home and they cry. And then in the midst of the year, there's all kinds of budget reasons to change things. Sometimes we get more revenue than we thought. Sometimes we get less revenue than we thought. Sometimes we have to buy a substation, whatever. But stuff changes, and sometimes it changes significantly. So it would be really good to have an end-of-year report, which the city does generate an end-of-year report for the state legislative auditor, in which I do read, but it's in a completely different format where everything's done by fund number instead of by department budget. And so it's more and more difficult for me to keep track of what the hell is going on when you got $109 million being shifted left and right and then $8 million tossed in for a substation like it doesn't matter. Because some people only get an $8 million budget, and we come back to scrounging under couches to find funding for Nord. And since I don't own a couch, there's no money there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, I've moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember King. 6 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to the bottom of page 30.
Thank you, Kyle.
Ordinance calendar number 34,616 by council members Russo, Moreno, Morrell, Harris, and Thomas. An ordinance to codify the city's net 30 obligation to its vendors and contractors for the payment of all undisputed amounts within 30 days of receipt of a valid invoice, to amend and reordain section 2-551 of the city code to require city departments to appear before council to discuss the reports detailing all outstanding vendor invoices required therein and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to thank Council Members Moreno, Morel, Harris, and Thomas for co-sponsoring this. All this is making the department who is responsible for paying a vendor come to the next council meeting if that vendor has not been paid within 30 days. I think we're all tired of hearing about vendors not being timely paid. Our vendors are our partners, and I want to make sure that we're treating them like our partners, and I view this as a way to make that happen. So I'm going to move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Giarrusso, I don't know if I missed that one, but I would certainly
like to?
co-sponsor.
Well, why don't we put everybody on it unless there's any objection?
I don't know if there was something sent out that I missed.
We're happy to have you. Thank you all. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now going to go to the regular order of the agenda on page 16. We have a legislative group in HDLC appeal of Ron Lossell, Governmental Affairs Lead Consultant, Zach Smith Consultant and Design, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's HDLC decision of denial of the application for demolition of the building by raising the building located at 1517 Broadway Street. And on top of page 17 is the motion M24-127 by Councilmember Giarrusso, granting the applicant's request for demolition for the property located at 1517 Broadway Street.
Thank you. Ms. Burke?
Thank you. 1517 Broadway is an intact craftsman-style raised basement located in the Uptown Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. The area is known for its handsome, cohesive assemblage of craftsman-style bungalows, raised basement bungalows, and Mediterranean revival-style duplexes. The construction of an additional ground floor story distorts the perception of the historic building type while creating an anomalous, anachronistic building that is neither this nor that. Doing so ultimately permanently dilutes and destroys the authenticity and integrity of the district, specifically and ultimately the city at large. FEMA funding allows for the applicant to abandon the ground floor to its original use as flood protection and construction of additions to recoup the abandoned square footage. HDLC recommends this path as it follows for the goals of both sustainability and historic preservation. If the building is to be elevated, HDLC recommends that the ground floor continue to be treated architecturally as a basement story in order for it to maintain the style and character of a raised basement craftsman bungalow. The floor-to-ceiling height could be reduced from 9 feet high to 8 feet high, and the ground floor entrance door relocated from the front elevation. This would result in a design that retains the character and quality of the historic district. At their meeting of February 7, 2024, the Commission reviewed the proposal. As the applicant was uninterested in revising the proposal or working with the Commission, they voted unanimously to deny the application.
Thank you very much. Before I get to my comments, I have 2 comment cards here, but I think they were related to the consent agenda, but let me just call the names really quickly. Joshua Tannenbaum, not here. Hakeem Murad, also not here. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Council. Zach Smith on behalf of the owner, 1000 South Norman C. Francis. I really appreciate your support today. This is a project utilizing state and federal grant monies to elevate properties and make our city more resilient. This property owner specifically has been impacted with repeated flooding over the last couple of years, so we really appreciate your support today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Smith just alluded to, I understand that there are historic guidelines, but we live in a place where there is climate change and flooding, and I would note that not 3 blocks away from here, we're getting inundated, sorry for the pun, about people's complaints with flooding. And so these owners are requesting to elevate the property pursuant to a FEMA flood grant. I feel like that puts us in a very difficult position when somebody says they are flooding you have federal funds available to help them avoid flooding, and then to say, no, we're not going to grant you the ability to raise your house, even though you filed a federal mandated process and are getting money from the federal government to help deal with a real crisis. This is also a homestead exempt property. The project has support from direct neighbors, no oppositions. The owners have agreed to a deed restriction as well against short-term rentals. With that, I've moved for approval of M24-127 and to grant the appeal. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have a legislative grouping. HDLC appeal of Alvin C. Meister III, Law Office of Shear Gardner, Cahill, Richter, Klein, and Hilbert, LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission decision of denial of the application for demolition of a contributing rated raised basement two-family building to grade for property located at 2502 Jefferson Avenue. We have motion M24-128 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request for demolition for property located at 2502 Jefferson Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Burke?
FEMA survey research indicates the original raised basement cottage was constructed from 1920 to 1930. However, it first appears on the 1951 fire insurance map. At some point in the 20th century, the front porch was enclosed, as evidenced by the remaining craftsman-style rafter tails at the ridge line. 2502 Jefferson Avenue is a bookend of an entirely intact block of raised cottages that are indicative of the era in which they were constructed. HDLC staff conducted an interior and exterior inspection and found the building to be in fair condition. Foundation settlement is common for a building of this age and style. Though the condition should be addressed through shoring and leveling, it does not appear to be an imminent hazard. Given the fair condition of this building envelope, rehabilitating it is certainly feasible. For the aforementioned reasons, staff recommended denial of demolition to grade. This building could easily be restored to its original appearance that includes a generous front porch and stair. At their meeting of February 7, 2024, the Commission voted unanimously to deny the demolition of the entire building.
Thank you. All right, we do have several comment cards here, and I thank you all for your patience. Ms. Johnson is in opposition. Do you want to speak?
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street, Historic New Orleans Neighborhoods. I'm not paid to be here. This appeal should be denied, not granted. Developer Blue Orleans claims deterioration as the reason for demolition, and he's owned the house himself for 11 years. On the other hand, HDLC inspectors say subsidence is just normal. Are we really supposed to believe that the problem is worse than it is and therefore worthy of demolition, and then forgive him for not maintaining it himself, the house himself, and then give him a prize by letting him tear it down? All of this makes no sense and must be wrong. Blue Orleans does not apply for work permits. Look at their other properties. Hasn't applied for work permits in 11 years of ownership at 2502 Jefferson, not at 2724 Valence, which he's just sold, not at 2720 Valence, now on the market as a brand new renovation. No work permits, no city inspection, no certificate of occupancy for any of these buildings. Safety and permits. In addition, safety and permits confirmed by email that the owner's commercial property at 4917 Ferret has no CEO that they can document.
30 seconds.
Why don't these violations, with their potential safety concerns, have a bearing on your decision? You can't blame code enforcement, safety, and permits for not enforcing the rules, and then you just give these people a pass. It doesn't make sense. It's happening as a tendency, and I'm putting it on the record. I oppose this overturning of the HDLC decision appeal yet again.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, Mary Cullen.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
Good afternoon.
I've known Michael for a long time through the process of him buying real estate, and I wanted to emphasize that he's contributed tremendously to the Ferret neighborhood. He was one of the first people that went in there and bought property, renovated it, held it for rentals, so to maintain, housing in the area for the locals. Also, a lot of what he's done has also created revitalization of Ferret Street itself. It's a commercially vibrant area, completely different than it was 12 years ago. Let's see. I think his idea to demo 2502 Jefferson makes sense. I've been inside the house. I've seen the slab, and I think the highest and best use of that property would to be build a new house. And his intent is to make it architecturally relevant with, more efficient use and mechanics. Sorry. So basically, that's what I wanted to emphasize, is that he's very committed to the community. He has done a lot of renovations and held on to them. He went into the Irish Channel back in 2010 and renovated some houses in there where there was nothing going on. Let's see. So I say I am for this permit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to butcher your name. Is it Oliesa Inavitic? I apologize in advance. And please correct me on how to say your name.
Olesia Janovic.
There you go. Thank you.
Honorable Council, I'm here in favor of Michael of Blue Orleans, who is a builder who helped develop and elevate the Ferret and Jefferson neighborhoods in full respect to preservation of the beautiful New Orleans traditional architecture, its vibrant color and energy for over 15 years, helping these neighborhoods become a staple that it is. I live in one of the homes that he has built on 4916 South Robertson, and my neighbors live across the street. I live with my little daughter, 5 years old, and she plays with the girl across the street, and we enjoy the homes he has built. He's built them safe, he's built them with quality, and they're efficient homes, while they look and feel like beautiful, traditional, elegant New Orleans homes. So I'm not bothered by constant renovation and upgrade expenses, leaks and damages. Instead of budgeting for annual repairs on the home, I can budget for my daughter experience, education, and bettering her future, while we better the future of the neighborhood that we all live in. I hope the new home will elevate the neighborhood even more, becomes a safe haven for a family that can enjoy it while living in a constantly elevated and safe neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to share in good spirits and helping the neighborhood elevate, only adding to a staple that New Orleans is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Thomas.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mark Thomas. I'm a former professor of architecture at the School of Architecture at Tulane, and I'm also a landscape architect. I live in one of the houses that Michael built. It's very fine quality. The attention to detail is amazing, and I happen to know Michael personally from having been his professor at Tulane. And I think that Michael is a person that is a rare person who really does want to do the right thing. I've seen him spend money that he didn't need to spend to do the right thing in so many cases. And I believe that in this case, the house is not of any great listen, I'm a preservationist, okay? I don't believe in tearing down buildings unless they have to be torn down. This doesn't have to be torn down, but it should be torn down because it's going to be replaced with a fine piece of architecture that the city of New Orleans will be proud of. And let me tell you, just because the building is there, it doesn't mean that it's always feasible to renovate. Just because the HDLC, whom I used to advise, by the way, when I worked for the Planning Commission in the 80s, we used to, they used to just deny demolitions for what am I trying to say here? For situations that probably didn't deserve it. In this case, I do believe that this demolition will be for the better of the neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood. I live 3 blocks from here. The neighborhood has been transformed over the last 5 or 6 or 7 years from empty and derelict houses to houses that are renovated, many of which Michael has done. So I urge you to consider the overturn of the HDLC's recommendation for denial of the demolition. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan? And then we'll end with MEB.
Good afternoon. Alvin Meester, 909 Poydras. I'm an attorney with Sher Garner, and I'm representing the owner. I urge you to grant this appeal. The building that we're looking at, the historic integrity of it has been significantly altered over the years. Over the last 100 years, there have been many changes. It's no longer historically significant. In order to renovate it, it's not feasible, not economical. However, if we build a new building, we'll build a building that is more in tune with the neighborhood, code compliant, energy efficient, and safe. Also, what the owner is planning to do is it's going to be a building for single-family residential for sale. So I urge you to support this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I would suggest that Michael look at the 1600 block of Reverend John Raphael Jr. Way. There are 2 houses there that are in much worse shape than that, and perhaps he could renovate them and make money. It's unfortunate when good people do bad things, because obviously you look at good people and you go, well, you're good people. You know, your family members, your church members, your people that I went to school with. You're good people. So we let you get away with bad stuff, because why else would we not, right? We don't hold family members accountable. My neighborhood suffers heroin addicts. It suffers heroin addicts that are family members. A gentleman whose street name is Ducky has a mother who lives nearby. She collects a disability check. Ducky's on the street, but he's not homeless. He goes home at night. He leaves home well-washed and in clean clothes. He doesn't stay that way. So how do you hold good people accountable for bad actions? Susan Johnson did her research. She went back and she said, hey, we're a city that says you're supposed to do A. Person didn't do A. We're a city that's supposed to do B, didn't do B. Didn't do C either. He may be an incredibly good human being who does really good work, and he may find the city very frustrating to interact with, and he may have good witness as to why he did not follow the rules, but nonetheless he didn't follow them, because Susan Johnson's a competent human being, and she's not a liar, and she stood here and told you. This man broke the rules. So we are in a city where either breaking rules has consequences or it doesn't.
Thank you. All right. I've moved for approval. Let me just say it's important to note that as this house stands, it's an amalgamation of many different historical elements. There is no single identified feature. There are very few left historical details on this house. This was not a unanimous vote at HDLC, with Commissioners Lupin and Bressler moving to allow the demolition. The owner, as I did with the last one, will remain a single-family home with a deed restriction for short-term rentals, and you've heard all of the people in support. So I've moved for approval. May I have a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 29. We have a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 2524, Top Cap Enterprises, LLC, requesting an amendment to ordinance number 19,761 MCS zoning docket 4600 to permit the expansion of an existing bar with live entertainment, secondary use, in an HMC1 Historic Mariner Treme Bywater Commercial District and an AC1 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District located on Square 153, Lot A in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Frenchman Street, Charter Street, Royal Street, and Legion Fields Avenue. Municipal addresses 621 through 623 Frenchman Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 8 provisos. We have motion M24-131 by Councilmember King, approving the applicant's request on zoning docket number 2524 for the property located at 621 through 623 Frenchman Street, subject to 8 provisos.
Madam Clerk, CPC, the floor is yours.
This is a application affecting the spotted cat on 621 Frenchman Street to allow it to expand. It's currently governed by an approval dating to 2000 that allowed the bar but limited it only to the structure's first floor. The current proposal is to demolish a 2-story apartment at the rear of the site and construct an addition to expand the bar. It would result in new ground level courtyard space, repurposing of existing second floor storage space into seating space, and the addition of new back of house space. The proposal is generally consistent with the role of the Frenchman Street Arts and Culture Overlay District, which seeks to support entertainment uses. At the Planning Commission meeting, there were several speakers in support and none in opposition, and so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crowe. We have 2 cards that are in support, Mr. Chris Young and Mr. Bill of the Spotted Cat. Do we have any online comments?
We have one online comment.
Okay.
This is from Kip Holler with the Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association. He says FMIA is in support of approving the applicant's request on zoning docket 2524 for the property located at 621-23 Frenchman Street, subject to the provisos the following modifications. Proviso 1 shall be changed to increase the required amount of contract off-street parking to 12 parking spaces to serve the use. 10 spaces were provided for in the original conditional use in 2000. With the expansion of the footprint of the building, it's only natural that the amount of required parking be increased as well. Proviso 7 should be changed from, quote, the bar shall operate across the full footprint of the site, end quote, to instead read, the bar shall be permitted to operate across the full footprint of the site. The current language suggests a requirement for the bar to operate across the full footprint instead of granting permission for them to be able to do so, should they so choose. That's it for the comment.
Thank you. At this time, make a motion to adopt. Second by Council Member Morrell. 6 yeas, no, 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now going back to page 18. We have a legislative group, and the HDLC appeal of 27 Newcomb Boulevard has been withdrawn per the applicant's request. We have motion M24-129 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
We're now on top of page 19. The HDLC appeal of 2430 North Rampart Street has been deferred to April 18th. At the bottom of the page, a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of David O'Reilly, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the application for retention of the fence and gate at the front of the building for property located at 518 South Rampart Street. Motion M24-123 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for the property located at 518 South Rampart Street.
Eleanor, will you brief us on the HGLC report?
Yes. The violation for the installation of the gate and fence at the front of the building was first cited in January of 2016, and a permit was applied for to correct those violations in April of 2017. However, that permit expired due to inactivity, and the fence and gate were never removed. They do not meet the HDLC guidelines, as they specifically state, we do not permit fencing located on porches, stoops, or stairs. Further, the fencing is acontextual to the building and antithetical to its original design. This building was originally a bank that would have been open to the public, and installing fencing between the columns creates an unwelcoming defensive condition. Because of these reasons, staff recommended denial of the application. At their meeting of March 6, 2024, the CBD HDLC voted unanimously to deny the application to retain the fencing and gate installed without a certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm sorry this is not a good day for you, but I'm going to overrule you. This fence has been in place for nearly 100 years, and while I understand it does not follow the HDLC guidelines, it is preventing the family from many problems and issues that they've been experiencing before the fence was installed. So is there any online or public comment? All right, I'm going to move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 6 yeas. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 20, a legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Zachary Smith, owner, Zach Smith's Consulting and Design, requesting to appeal the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for property located at 27 Newcomb Boulevard. We have motion M24-139 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's request for property located at 27 Newcomb Boulevard.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember King. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 21. Zoning docket 224 has been deferred to April 18. On top of page 22, zoning docket 1224 has been deferred to April 18. On top of page 23, zoning docket 1524 has been deferred to April 18. Zoning docket 1924 has been deferred to April 18. On top of page 24, zoning docket 2024 has been deferred to April 18th. On page 25, the legislative grouping, all matters, zoning docket 2124 has been deferred to April 18th. Motion line over M24-115 has been deferred to April 18th. Motion M24-122 has been deferred to April 18th. We're now on top of page 27. Zoning docket 2224 has been deferred to April 18th. We're now on top of page 28. We have legislative grouping, zoning docket 2424, Industrial Development Broad South Market District LLC, requesting an amendment to ordinance number 25,025, zoning docket 7712, to now grant a conditional use to permit a wireless telecommunications facility in a CBD5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed-use district located on square 258 Lot B in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by O'Keefe Avenue and Girard, Lafayette, and Baron Streets. Municipal address is 939 Girard Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 provisos. We have motion M24-133 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the favorable recommendation of approval subject to 2 provisos by the City Planning Commission for zoning docket 2424 is hereby granted.
Thank you, Stephen. Do you have any comment?
Very quickly, this is zoning as approval for this is simply required because of the aesthetic impact. The HDLC's ARC has actually recommended this approach so no aesthetic impact, and therefore Planning Commission supports it.
Okay, I'm moving for approval. I just need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. Five yeas. 6 yeas. 6 yeas. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 30. Zoning docket 2624 has been deferred to April 18. On page 31, all matters. Zoning docket 2724 has been deferred to April 18. Motion M24-134 has been deferred to April 18. On top of page 32, legislative grouping. Zoning docket 2824, TB System Properties LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit the expansion of a car wash in a C2 auto-oriented commercial district located on the entirety of Square 513 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Earhart Boulevard, Clio Street, and South Rendon Street. Municipal address, 4417 Earhart Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 provisos. We have motion M24-136 by Councilmember Harris. Motion approving the favorable recommendation of approval, subject to 2 provisos by the City Planning Commission for zoning docket 2824, is hereby granted with the following modification: removal of provisos 2E regarding requirement of ornamental fence.
Stephen, can you brief us?
Sure, very quickly, this is simply the addition of 4 vacuum spaces to an existing car wash on Earhart Boulevard. The car wash is in a zoning district that's really explicitly oriented towards vehicular uses, and so obviously a car wash is consistent with that. And this minor expansion is not problematic. No concerns or opposition expressed to the Planning Commission. So approval recommendation.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. Oh, Zach, do you really want to say something? Okay. 5 yeas. 6 yeas.
Now, on top of page 33, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to April 18th. On top of page 34, all matters, the legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to April 18th. Motion line over M23-426 has been deferred to April 18th. On top of page 35, motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to April 18th. We're now on top of page 37. We have ordinance calendar number 34,597 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. An ordinance to ratify the execution and delivery by the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Corporation of a new boathouse lease form to be used between the New Orleans Municipal Yacht Harbor Management Corporation and lessees of Boathouse Slip 31 and Boathouse Slip 127. The subject boathouse properties as Exhibit A, the BH 127-31 lease form, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside?
So plus or minus 6 months ago, the good council person invited me to his budget committee hearings and wore me out completely, and I was exhausted at the end of them, and I may never do that again. But in the process, I managed to get all kinds of information that I've kept and sifted, and one of which, of course, was the budget for the Municipal Yacht Harbor. And the numbers don't add up. So you're missing plus or minus 150K, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Thank you. All right, I'll move for approval on this item. Second by Councilmember King. Got 6. One more. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,604 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans, acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, to enter into a lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with GAT Airline, Ground Support, Inc., and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Council members and the members of the general public, the New Orleans City Council is authorized to approve certain contracts at the New Orleans Aviation Board, and the board has approved a 5-year lease agreement with GAT Airline Ground Support to lease 3,255 square feet of unconditioned covered space within the apron level West Terminal baggage makeup area at the Louis Armstrong International Airport. They will use the space for the purposes of maintenance of the ground services equipment. The fair market monthly rental rate is $2,229 a month, or a yearly rate of $26,756. There will be an annual consumer price index adjustment, and is subject to the lease is subject to a 30-day cancellation notice by either member with or without cause. I'd just like to summarize for the public who's watching or goes back to see it, the terms. Members, I'll ask for approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. Members, please vote your machine. Thank you for your support of 34604. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 39. All matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,621 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have ordinance calendar number 34,622 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 40, you have ordinance calendar number 34,623 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 41, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,624 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,625 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 42, ordinance calendar number 34,626 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 43, ordinance calendar number 34,627 has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 44, ordinance calendar number 34,628 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a First Amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Total Community Action, Inc., with total compensation exceeding $1 million for the public purpose of supporting the city's effort to address the needs of homeless individuals and families and to maintain ongoing operation of the low barrier shelter in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the First Amendment to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In January, TCA became the fiscal agent for the City of New Orleans Low Barrier Shelter. TCA is solely responsible for ensuring that payroll and vendors are paid timely during the transition period for the new operator of the Low Barrier Shelter. The agreement was originally for 4 months, but this amendment is to extend the duration of that agreement until May 30th, 2024, and to provide an additional $350K to cover expenses for the month of May. The new operator has been identified and will start on June 1st, 2024. Are there any questions, comments? I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember King. 6 yeas. Thank you. 7 yeas.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,629 by Council Members King, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the French Market Corporation for the design and construction of improvements to the Upper Pontable building, including the repair and replacement of the HVAC system, related electrical and mechanical systems, courtyards, windows, facades, and other exterior and interior repairs as set forth as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Mr. Burnside?
So if my memory's true, we're going to spend $8 million. The newspaper said $10 million fixing up the Upper Pentablo. It's the 64 units. We can all do the math if we want to, but we also spent $8 million today on the Sewage and Water Board. And we could spend $10 million if we found, or $8 million if we found it under a couch. But apparently that's not going to happen at this second. So money comes, money goes, but the bottom line is, what do we get in exchange? And the question becomes, do we value what we get in exchange? And I, for one, do not value owning the Upper Pentablo because it is not for poor people. It is not subsidizing people to stay off the street. It is for rich people to come into the city and enjoy the city and depart the city, and as such, they should own the building, and they should pay taxes on it, and they should pay for the maintenance, and they should pay to take care of it. And I shouldn't have to be involved in it. And I shouldn't have to care if the mayor's there or not. This thing is intruded into the public sphere, and quite frankly, it should be excluded from the public sphere and sent off to the private sphere, and it should be owned by some nice private corporation that will maximize its return on its investment and maybe make a small donation to some homeless fund or something. Thank you.
Make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Six yeas. Waiting on 7.
Is this a TCA motion? Because if we voted on a TCA motion earlier, I was supposed to recuse myself. Oh, this Pentablo.
But we are at, council member, then we're gonna have to go back and reconsider
Yeah,
that because we voted on
I'm
that.
a board member. I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
Please, sorry about that.
Oh, at the top of the page, on page 44 at the top, we need to reconsider the vote, please.
I'll move to reconsider. Yay.
Aye.
Yay to reconsider.
Unanimous reconsideration.
And now we need to vote on it.
I'll move. Seconded by Council Burrell. 6 yeas and 1 recusal. 2 recusals.
I'm on
5
board-
yeas
I'm on
and
board
2
as well.
recusals.
For the record, my vote is because of, I'm a board member, so I vote to recuse, rather. And so is Councilmember King.
We're now on top of page 45.
I'm a member of the board as well. I was just told by legal.
We have motion line over M22-516 has been deferred to May 16th. At the bottom of the page, we have resolution line over R2495 has been deferred to April 18th. On top of page 46, we have motion M24-121 has been deferred to April 18 and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee. We have resolution R24-125 by Councilmember Moreno ratifying and approving the regulations for the procurement set-aside program within the Equitable Business Opportunities Program, the regulations Exhibit A, in accordance with Section 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a quick reminder to everyone that this is a result of an act by Delisha Boyd, a piece of legislation signed by the governor in June of 2023 that allows the city to set aside up to 25% of its city contracts for socially and economically disadvantaged business enterprises. It took us a while to get the regulations right on the local level, but now we've been able to do so. And so that is what this particular item does. So I move to adopt.
We have one online
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry, Anita, go ahead.
That's okay. This is from Stephen Kennedy, representing the Collaborative. He says, I'm writing today to express our support for this resolution put before the council today. Over the last couple of years, the Collaborative have worked with Representative Delisha Boyd and the New Orleans City Council and Mayor Cantrell's administration on the set-aside bill passed in the legislative session of 2023. I'm often reminded of Otto von Bismarck, who stated that laws and policies are like sausages. You never want to see them get made. However, this sausage-making process can have great benefits and impact on our city and the small business community. For many of our minority-owned businesses, government procurement opportunities are their only option for economic growth because of the limited procurement opportunities in the private sector. This council knows that I'm extremely passionate about minority business opportunities because what I know is that economic opportunities can be a tool in the toolbox that lifts communities out of poverty. And I want you all to think for 1 minute, if only we can help grow the revenue of small businesses that will allow them to hire more people, along with creating additional economic activity while generating tax revenue for local government. We provided input on these proposed rules, and we look forward to working with the council and the administration to ensure its success. Peace and blessings.
All right, thanks, Anita. I'll make a motion. Oh, I've already moved, and it's been seconded by Vice President Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 47. All matters. Motion M24-130 has been deferred to April 18 and referred to the Economic Development Committee. Motion M24-132 has been deferred to April 18 and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. On top of page 48, motion M24-135 has been withdrawn. At the bottom of the page, Resolution R24-137 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Harris, Green, and Thomas. A resolution and order clarifying community solar rules, docket number UD 1803, and there is an amendment by Council Member Moreno. Number 1, on page 4, in the be it resolved paragraph, on the second line after the word options, insert the following, in the CSG-4 form. Number 2, on page 4, delete the first be it further resolved paragraph in its entirety. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move on the amendment. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All right, so what we're doing here is we needed to make some final decisions on the qualification criteria and tariff design for community solar. We're in the final stages of doing this. So what we're doing is we're allowing for an additional 30-day comment period and also allowing for additional comment opportunities. So that's what this does. Take a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now on page 49. We have motion M24-138 by Councilmember Harris. This has been deferred to April 18th and referred to the Economic Development Committee. We have motion M24-140 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the President of the Council as a signatory to the contract between the City of New Orleans and Disability Rights Louisiana, and authorizing the President of Council to sign the contract between the City of New Orleans and Disability Rights Louisiana, Exhibit A. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
This is listed as a deferral on my, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
but we still have to receive it and add it to the agenda in order to defer it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. There you go. As long as it's not a conspiracy. All right. Seven yeas, no nays. It's received.
And now we need to add it.
I move to add. Second by Councilmember Jeruso moves, Councilmember Marino seconds. We need what, 5, 6, keep counting, 6 votes? 7, it's added.
Now, Councilmember, you're deferring it to the April 18th meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Council President, this is a great time for ordinances on first reading.
Sounds good. Councilmember Green, would you like to suspend the rules?
Suspend the rules that we
All right,
move to
I'll second.
ordinances on first reading.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Seven
aye.
yeas, no nays.
Leslie, I'm getting
Ordinance on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 34,630 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans, acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, to enter into a lease agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with United Parcel Service, Inc., and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,631 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans, acting by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, to enter into a non-signatory airline lease agreement with Breeze Aviation Group, Inc., a non-signatory airline operating at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport under circumstances in which a solicitation and selection process is not required by law and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,632 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 17 of Chapter 30 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to institute a daily fine for the failure of a residential facility as defined in Section 30-1281 to provide situational updates to the New Orleans Health Department during a declared emergency and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,633 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment and restated cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Orleans Parish School Board for the design and construction of improvements to the Willie Hall Playground that will provide recreational activities and flood water mitigations to the St. Bernard community by improving recreation facilities, stormwater mitigations, and disaster resilient projects on the St. Bernard neighborhood campus in the Willie Hall Playground as set forth in the form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,634 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1451 North Rampart Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreements, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose, nor shall such interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,635 by Councilmembers Thomas and Green. An ordinance to rename Hayne Boulevard from Paris Road to the Industrial Canal and from the Industrial Canal to Suno Knights Drive, formerly Press Drive, to Lincoln Beach Boulevard and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,636 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, Tool Design Group LLC, and the Safe Streets Research and Consulting LLC for a term of 2 years for the public purpose of developing enhancements to a safer street priority finder as part of the City of New Orleans Safe Street and Roads for All Program Award, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,637 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,735 MCS as amended in title. An ordinance providing operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate unspent funds in the fiscal year 2023 to the law department to pay judgments and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,638 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,736 MCS as amended in title. An ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to appropriate unspent funds in the fiscal year 2023 to the law department to pay judgments and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,639 by council members Jeruso and Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Total Community Action, Inc. to extend the term for an additional 7 months to increase the funding for the public purpose of finding the reasonable moving expenses for the relocation of Garden Plaza residents to allow the city to construct a solar farm on said property as more fully detailed in Amendment Number 1 to the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,640 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on and over portions of the public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1501 Chapatula Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,641 by Councilmember Harris by request an ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner of encroachments on and over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 601 8th Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,642 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance calendar number 34,433 number 29,739 MCS as adopted by the City Council on December 1st, 2023, relative to the levy of fees on property located in special security and improvement taxing districts in the City of New Orleans for the year 2024, to establish the correct maximum amount or correct set amount for the fees levied for the Lake Forest Estate Improvement District, Tamron Subdivision Improvement District, Twin Brooks Security District, to levy the correct fees for Eastover Neighborhood Improvement and Security District, and to reference accurate enabling legislation as amended for Lakeshore Crime Prevention District, Lake Oaks Subdivision Improvement District, and Delachase Security and Improvement District, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,633 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Capital Area Corporate Recycling Council relative to the value public purpose for providing electronic waste removal and recycling services, reducing dumping fees, reducing electronic waste in landfills, and providing greater access to technology to modify the provisions thereof and to extend the term thereof for 1 year, and to reaffirm maximum aggregated amount of compensation of $0 as more fully set forth in Amendment Number 2, form attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,644 by Councilmember Harris, an ordinance to effect a zoning change from an EC Educational Campus District to a C3 Heavy Commercial District, and an amendment to the text of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to exempt the EC Enhancement Corridors Design Overlay District and the HUC Historic Urban Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District, the property located on Square 772, a portion of Lot X proposed to be subdivided into Lot X1 as depicted on the Landmark Survey, Inc. survey dated January 10, 2024, in the First Municipal District bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Palmetto Street, Short Street, and the Interstate 10 Municipal Address 3801 South Carrollton Avenue, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 924. Ordinance calendar number 34,645 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to the adjacent property owner of encroachments on an over portion of a public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1718 in Rattle Street to fix the minimum price of in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in a servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose, nor shall use interfere with the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,646 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of the public right-of-way located at the municipal address 2515 Canal Street, to fix the minimum price and terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose, nor shall use interfere with the public right-of-way, to set forth reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,647 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on the over portion of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 709 Chapatula Street, to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in a servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose, nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,648 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 1976 MCS zoning docket 4600, which granted a conditional use to permit a cocktail lounge to permit the expansion on an existing bar with live entertainment, secondary use in the HMC1 Historic Marinate Tremay Bywater Commercial District and the AC1 Arts and Cultural Diversity Overlay District located on Square 156, Lot 8, in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Frenchman Street, Charter Street, Royal Street, and Elysian Fields Avenue, municipal address 621, 623 Frenchman Street, and otherwise provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 2524. Ordinance calendar number 34,649 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located in a municipal address 4522 Palmyra Street, to fix the minimum price and terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for a public purpose, nor shall use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,650 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Gracefully Mindful Wellness Institution relative to support children, youth, and families throughout the community community development, economic development, workforce development, public health, and public safety, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term to December 31st, 2025, as most fully set forth in Amendment Number 1 in their form attached here to Exhibit 1 and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,651 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into Amendment Number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, Healthy Blue, Louisiana, and New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to support children, youth, and families through community development, economic development, workforce development, public health, and public safety, to modify provisions thereof, to extend the term thereof to December 31st, 2026, as most fully set forth in Amendment Number 1, form attached here to Exhibit 1, and made part hereof, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,652 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 2244 Oliver Street, to fix the minimum price and in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,653 by Councilmember Harris by request, and ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the River District Neighborhood Investors, the New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, Economic Growth and Development District, the RD&I Sub-District within the district, and the RD&I Municipal Economic Development District, collectively referred to as the parties, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of creating large-scale, multifaceted, mixed-use economic development projects comprised of 450 units of affordable and workforce rental housing, including the infrastructure within the RD&I sub-district necessary to support said housing contained in the Master Development Agreement, market rate housing, retail, sports, and entertainment venues, office space and hotels, public open space, and significant projects reflecting the city's rich cultural heritage and history, to encourage inclusive economic growth and economic mobility by creating new jobs, revitalizing neighborhoods, investing in people in the priority industry, and creating systems to thrive and generally promote the economic development of the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the CEA form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,654 by Councilmember Harris by request, and ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on and over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 757 St. Charles Avenue, to fix the minimum price and terms of said servitude, to declare that such use is granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such use interfere with the use of public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto. That includes ordinance on first reading.
Eugene, your favorite motion. All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, aye. 5 yeas, no nays, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, that's 6 yeas.